Sorry, y'all. Sorry, I had a little internet lag, had to reset. That is all. Yeah, bear with me 1 second. Just Christian, I see your message. I just had to reset the Wi-Fi. I like games. I like the multiple language response. What is up, my friends? Post the join link. Gotta grab it. Must be my Starlink. Yes, absolutely. Inked? No idea. Here comes the link, so you can come up and banter with me. Give me 10 seconds. My ferret just told me it's out of food. I will be right back. This feels weird. It shouldn't feel weird. We're all in this together, baby. And I'm back. It's not so weird. It's crazy. Yeah. Vi, yes, I am going to do that. So just so you know, Vi, I put some pretty strict restrictions on the YouTube chat just to make things a little easier on all of us. How is everyone doing? Did that link work? Can I pin it? Do. What up?
What up?
How you doing? Oh man, how is everyone doing? How's everyone recovering from the fucking emotional fatigue of political theater?
Not great. How about yourself?
I have to wash my hair every day.
Oh, you know, it's been a thing. I will tell
you. At the news today.
What's that?
I said I haven't even looked at the news today.
I haven't either, actually. I will tell you. What the hell was I going to say? I unfollowed a bunch of people going into the last 24 hours. And then when I started refollowing them, they're like, you unfollowed me? I'm like, I unfollowed basically everyone because I used my follower list as a checklist to find people on other platforms. So I was like, okay, found this person, unfollow. Found that person, unfollow. Found that person, unfollow. My follower list is down to like 40 people right now, I think. It started going back up. It's almost at 80. It was at like 190 earlier this week. Amy. The Orange Man's, of course, the Orange Man's going to tell everyone he saved it. That's his entire plan. His entire plan is to tell people he saved it.
To be fair, the Dems gave him that win. Like, he gets to say that because the Democrats are the ones who banned TikTok in the eyes of almost everybody.
100%. 100%. Ginsu, I don't think he moved it inside so he could charge admission. I mean, I hate to say this, but this has happened before because of cold weather. Interestingly, it was Reagan, the other Republican entertainer that we elected as president and fucked us for a generation. So, like, similarities abound. But it has happened before for extreme cold. And as someone that lives an hour-ish from DC, it's fucking cold here. This is exactly how I'm feeling right now.
Should we hit the chat overlay too so they can see everything?
Yeah. Where do I do that again? There it is. Pow. Didn't remember. There we go.
Booyah.
Yep. They literally didn't have to shut it down. Of course they didn't. If it was only shut down for 12 hours, it never had to happen.
No.
Never had to happen.
That was part of the deal. They had to shut it down and they had to bring it back. That had to be part of the deal.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, things are so weird right now. I'm hearing all sorts of crazy thing like TikTok is running off metadata. Can you prove it? And this person did this. Can you prove it? And this person did that. If I don't have proof, like, we can't shit on the other side for advocating for bullshit and then spread bullshit. Twitch would let you do custom names. I wish so too. Actually, I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't change my name. So Gladiator, I have some thoughts on the algorithm. So one, it feeds you what you've recently watched. Well, recently, what have all of us been watching? TikTok's dying. That's what we've been watching. It's about to go away. We've been watching the goodbye videos. We all logged back in. There's no such thing. So what's it going to fucking feed us, you know? And I could be wrong, but
I hate how right you are.
But like, think about it. Like, TikTok feeds you what you've recently seen. Legitimately, all I watched on TikTok for the last, today's what, Sunday? So fucking Wednesday on, all I've been watching is videos that don't exist. Vi, you're modded here. You're modded here. I didn't mod you over on YouTube. We just restricted the verbiage over there, but you're modded here. Yeah, I've had some trouble with some videos I've watched, but I think that's just them getting things situated, you know?
How do you feel about doing a reaction to something? We could watch like a YouTube video and react to it, something like a Trump clip or something.
Oh, I fucking hate hearing that motherfucker's voice.
You want to listen to Jon Stewart calling out the GOP hypocrisy in LA? Or we can find something to watch.
We certainly can. By the way, one thing that I am getting a lot of that I don't think anyone else is getting, because I live so close to DC, I am getting a lot of look at the maggots in DC videos, which are pretty funny.
They do make me giggle. I can't lie. God.
What if we MSTK3 Mystery Science Theater 3000? Man, I can barely make this work. You have a lot of faith in me. You have a lot of faith in me. You have a lot of faith in me. Oh, man. Where's the invite link for this? I don't know.
It's pinned in the Twitch chat. It's at the very top.
It's pinned in the Twitch chat. I don't know how to view that. Again, not the invite to come up and talk to us. Sorry, the invite to invite people to the stream. My apologies.
Oh, that would be. I don't
Just my Twitch URL then, right?
Yeah.
Word.
I've already shared it in Discord.
Perfect. Did you? You did. It's like, what am I getting notifications for? Man, last night, I will tell you, it was like ding, 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 and people are like, what is going on? And I'm like, oh, just the end of the world. Just the end of the world. You know how it is. Oh, man. Dude, I cannot tell. Like, I knew that it wasn't going to last. When I say I knew, I was 90% it wasn't going to last. But when I tell you, it still burned my ass that it was fucking 12 hours. It's like, you motherfuckers.
I will say last night was fun and like cathartic. I really needed it.
It was, I'm glad we decided to do that. I think it's exactly what we needed.
Oh, Steve Bannon called Mark Zuckerberg a criminal. I want to watch this.
Oh, yeah?
I want to watch this. Let me see. Let's get to the. Let me share my screen. All right, I got the screen share up. You just got to hit it. I think it's in the sources.
Yep, give me 1 second.
We're learning as we go, peeps.
Nope. I was putting something on the screen because I fucking felt that in my soul. Watching that first chat in Twitch was insane. Why so? Uh-oh. There we go. Why so? Why was that first chat insane? Pow, 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 pow.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
Factories
Turn
scattered
this down a little bit. I don't want to be too loud.
like tombstones across the landscape of our nation. The crime and the gangs and the drugs that have stolen too many lives. This American carnage stops right here and stops right now.
That was Donald Trump's inaugural address in 2017, known as the American Carnage speech, a dark portrayal of the country and both political parties. Steve Bannon was Trump's chief strategist back then and an architect of that speech. Few figures in the MAGA movement are more controversial or more influential. His War Room podcast serves up hard-edged attacks on Trump's enemies, mixed with calls for revenge and retribution. Bannon spent 4 months in prison last year for contempt of Congress. He refused to testify about his conversations with Trump. He still talks with him regularly. In fact, I'm told one of the very first calls that Bannon received after he was released from prison was from Donald Trump. I sat down with Bannon at the Capitol Hill townhouse where he broadcasts the War Room. We've interviewed him before. This time his tone seemed slightly different, a bit less confrontational. Although, as you will hear, he did baselessly call Mark Zuckerberg a criminal. That's the same Mark Zuckerberg who will be attending the inauguration tomorrow as a guest of Donald Trump. I interviewed you just hours before you went into prison, and now we're sitting here again together just hours before Trump's going to be sworn in.
If I remember correctly, we talked at least before and afterwards about how we were going to win this. Right?
You were quite confident.
Very confident.
So he's going to go out there. It's the second inaugural. You were an architect of the first inaugural, which was American carnage and a condemnation of everybody that was around him on that stage. Is he going to do it again? Is this American Carnage 2.0? Because I'm hearing he's not. I'm hearing this is a very different tone.
No. Bring the country together, unify the country.
Shut
What does
the
Steve
fuck
Bannon
up.
think of that?
I think it's very appropriate for this. Look at the coalition we put together, what happened on 5 November, right? Look, I realize I'm, always on the attack, but he's president of the United States. He won this victory. He has a big coalition to pull together, and I think he's going to try to unify the country around a course of action that we have to take. I think he'll lay out the challenges. And he'll
Does
lay out
his hair
the
and Trump's
beginning
new hair
in
look
some sort of
similar to anyone else?
60,000 level, what his policies and proposals
do they
Look
go to
at
the
that
same barber?
shit. Look at that shit, bro. He's
Do they go to the same barber?
they have to. They literally have to, right?
are,
Looks
but
pretty
I think it'll
close.
all be about
I'll be back
unifying
on
the
screen in
country
a
and
sec.
going forward together.
Okay.
So does that mean all that talk of retribution is never mind?
President Trump has said, and I think in response to you, that his idea of retribution is peace and prosperity, is security in a new golden age.
So prosecuting his enemies, going after the January 6th committee, going after the prosecutors that went after him, Mark Milley, all that stuff's, forget about that?
I didn't say that. I think that is different. I don't think that's revenge or retribution at all. I'm a big believer, and I've said this over and over again. I say it on the show every day. We have obligations to this republic that this can never happen again, and I think we got to go back to the beginning.
So what do you make of the fact that sitting there with him, I guess now we're inside, but you're going to see the 3 richest Americans ever. You're going to see Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, prime seats. That doesn't seem like the forgotten men and women that Trump talked about last time. Are you surprised to see that?
I am not. They're there as supplicants. They're not there as the oligarchs. Remember what Biden said about the oligarchs. Jonathan, you know better than anybody because you've chronicled this in detail. We had no power. President Trump was out, and I mean when out, the political class in the Republican Party and Fox News turned against him. We're going to make him a non-person.
He was banned from their platforms.
For, I think, 18 months. But as soon as Zuckerberg said, I've been invited, I'm going, the floodgates opened up, and they were all there knocking, trying to be supplicants. So I look at this, and I think most people in our movement look at this as President Trump broke the oligarchs. He broke them. And
I want to fucking puke. Broke the oligarchs? Are
You
you out of your...
wanted to watch the propaganda. You're getting propagandized.
I know, but I enjoy the propaganda because it's so fucking dumb. Like,
But see, I don't know. He broke the oligarchs. Really? They removed. They're removing fact checking from Facebook. That's pretty bad.
I wonder what we can get away with saying on Facebook now.
I'm not worried about what we can get away with saying. I'm worried about what they can get away with saying.
No, I just wanted to say really horrible things about Zuck on Facebook and see how much I can get away with.
You can. You can. I posted something pretty brutal about him on Instagram. Same shit, functionally. And the only reason it got pulled is because my comments, like, it went right wing, and I'm sure the post got mass reported. Theosaurus, yeah. Fact checkers are removed. Now it's going to be community notes like Twitter. Oh, and now it's okay. It's also fine to start calling being gay a mental illness again. It's no longer a violation in terms of service.
Yeah, and he also took off the it used to be part of Messenger where you could set your background and stuff to be like pride and trans pride and stuff. They took that away too. Oh,
It's gnarly out here.
We continue.
The next 90 days are going to be real rough.
Oh, dude. The next 90 days are going to be absolutely fucking insane.
Yeah. I only still have Meta stuff because I have to have it for work. That's it. It's the only reason I still have it.
I have it because I'm a whore, but that's about it.
I mean, I suppose they're going to ban fruit by the foot in the next year. So
Facebook's already pretty red pilled for
Facebook is pretty red pilled.
Yeah, it's pretty bad already. Chad, do we want to finish this or do we want to find something else?
Man, I don't know.
Oh, let's see what Hassan taught. I want to show you something real quick.
Word.
Hello.
I made you
Sorry, I was
live the
testing the.
second
I was
you-
testing the video or the audio. Hello,
The
everyone.
second you made that noise is when I
Willing to do
when I
bipartisan
clicked the link.
That's hilarious.
All right, we're gonna react to Hassan reacting to the new Senate immigration bill.
I mean, this at least won't be propaganda.
No, it should be good. Also, chat, let me know if you need me to turn the sound up at any point or down.
Compromise, but the Democrats certainly are, and they're not there to do bipartisan compromise for good things, mind you. They're there to do bipartisan compromise for bad things. The Senate is advancing the Lake and Riley Act as we speak. Let's take a look.
The Riley Act is one step closer to becoming law. The Senate voting today to advance the bill, which would mandate federal detention of undocumented migrants accused of theft, burglary, assault.
Accused being the key word here, ladies and gentlemen, accused. Not just simply arrested or convicted, accused, okay? As in, I think that you, a brown man, stole some.
Kelly Beeson is in the newsroom with more on this.
Yes. So Nicole.
No, there's no more habeas corpus for undocumented migrants once passed, okay? That's it. And what are
Jesus
you going to do
Christ.
about it? Are you going to take it up to the Supreme Court? Do you think this current Supreme Court is going to actually entertain that notion? For years and years, I have said that the Supreme Court is inherently a political institution. Any sort of like John Roberts take on trying to overcome the political biases or the political nature of this institution is simply to try to make it seem like a legitimate non-political body. The Supreme Court always has been and always will be a political instrument, a political institution that will go along with the needs of whichever party appointed them initially. Like, they always talk about the apolitical, non-partisan nature of the Supreme Court. That's why they have lifetime appointments, right? That's
Hold
why.
on, can we just admire Hercules for a second? Jesus Christ.
Hercules? I like it.
Yes, Hercules. It is. That's what we call him. All right, I'm done admiring. We can get
talk
back.
about how this is an institution devoid of politics. It's like there's never been an instance where the Supreme Court is devoid of politics. It is the most political institution, or even worse than that, just, you know, liberal capitalism usually. At least now more Americans are aware of that, because you just ask the question, oh, what is this Supreme Court going to actually genuinely abide by the Constitution? No, they're not. 10 Democrats in the Senate, including John Ossoff, by the way, which was kind of shocking to me. Mark Kelly, of course, predictably. But John Ossoff, too, voted in favor of this. It voted so that it would have a filibuster-proof majority. Fetterman promised to never vote to harm dreamers because his wife, Giselle, was a dreamer. He has shattered that promise by backing the Lake and Riley Act. Yeah. Fetterman-Britt partnership is fueling the Lake and Riley Act. Britt asked Fetterman to join her bill. He did immediately, and more D's followed. Friendship goes back 2 years. She visited him at Walter Reed. Text chain with them and spouses. He calls her husband the big unit. She didn't have to twist any arms or do any convincing, Fetterman says. To be the first Democrat to step out of the way, we need to do something. I think it's been
Vile looks like they want to say something really, really bad.
Fuck Fetterman, dude.
I can't fucking stand that
Fuck
motherfucker.
him.
He failed us so hard. He failed us so hard.
I'm glad I got that out of my system. Thank you.
I can't. That motherfucker. I don't even want to get started because I liked him strictly because I didn't know anything about him other than he wouldn't wear suits. And I was like, I fuck with you. I like it. Cool. Ever since then, it's been downhill. Every motherfucking word that's come out his mouth has been actual bullshit.
He's gotten so much worse since his fucking brain injury, too.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I can't call him what he is. I can just say he aligns with Zionism. I cannot call him what he fucking is on this platform.
100%. By the way, Repair, I am so sorry for that. I wish, but no, we were watching a Trump thing and we were like, we can't do this. We can't do this.
Dude, if I was on Hasanavi, you don't understand. I would not be able to talk. I would fucking melt in his presence. Now we got the Fetterman hate out. Let's go back to the bullshit Lake and Riley Act.
Tremendous. Brit says on Fetterman. Fetterman was the only leftist grifter. No, that's not how it works. He didn't grift to the left, chat. He went right wing. It's not about what your starting point is. That's why I always say you only grift to the right. You only go right wing. And I don't even think he's a grifter. I think his brain melted. Like, I unironically think he stroked out into conservatism. And that's not speculation. Like, that's something that he volunteers. I genuinely think brain damage made him conservative. He said as much on the Bill Maher show. Jackson Hinkle is a left-wing grifter, you say, except Jackson Hinkle is anti-trans, anti-gay, anti-Semitic. Like, what are you talking about? That's the problem. Do you understand?
The doctors within Hirschfield said that it was burned down because the Nazis had all of their private information in the institute because they were
That's why they burned it down. I thought they burned it down because they were trying to start.
The only source on record from within the hospital said they burned it because the Nazis were all going there. I mean, why would they not burn any other one in Germany? Why would they not attack?
This is so, I'm sorry. I gotta give him credit. This is the funniest and most creative way, I guess, do Holocaust/Nazi denialism. It's something that I've never heard before. He's saying that the Nazis were all trans and gay, and that's why they burned the largest like medical research conducted globally at the time on trans people to cover up the evidence that.
Do you know how deep into trans investigation type conspiracy you have to be? Like, what the fuck did we just watch?
All right, so since we're talking about this, I have to tell you, one of my last daytime live streams on the TikTok, some troll came in. I was making fun of my man boobs. I was like, hey, man, I want to ask you a question. I know why I got these. I got them because my testosterone's low, or I got them because I'm fat, or I got them because I injected testosterone in my early 20s. Does the correct answer affect your opinion of me? And he went, yes. I'm like, then you're transphobic.
Then go fuck yourself.
I'm like,
literally.
Clearly, you're not body shaming me. You've decided why my body's the way you don't like it, but you only don't like it because you've decided the way. Because if one of those answers is acceptable to you, then it's not my body you're annoyed with. It's the guest that you have. Now, for the crowd, I'll tell you the answer. It's injectable testosterone, because even when I'm skinny, these are still here.
Did you guys see that transvestigators actually a while ago started transvestigating J.K. Rowling?
Yes. Like, how far down the fucking rabbit hole do you have to be?
Beautiful.
But what's funny is they're not off base. Hear me out. Hear me out. The most homophobic dude is always closeted and in denial. By that logic, the most trans-hating people, some of them are trans. Now, they probably haven't made the jump, you know what I mean? Like, they are probably in denial of their transness, but truly think about it. And Christian, you are you're like a dude presenting bi person. You know that the most fucking homophobic dudes you've ever met have one too many beers and ask you to top them. They all do.
This is facts. This is facts.
They all do. Because every single one of them's like, maybe I'd try it one time, and they all want to be a bottom.
Do you know how many times I've heard the words "I'm not gay" while I'm in the middle of fucking someone? Like, do you understand? It's crazy to me. Like, just don't forget, I'm not gay. I'm like, yeah, I got you.
I'm going to tell you right now, one of the funniest things I ever saw in regards to that. I worked at a gay nightclub, and this dude I knew from this, like, my social group was not gay. He was the type of guy that would say, no homo. You look good today, but no homo. And he came into the bar one night, and I'm like, are you sure you want to be in here? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, Mr. No Homo, it's going to be pretty homo in here. And I was working the front door, and I had my earpiece in because I'm working the front door, and I get a call, hey, your buddy is up to bullshit. And I'm like, I don't have a buddy here. But they'd seen me talking to the dude. So I go in the bar. He's not the left frame. He's not the right frame. He's the support frame of a tower in Paris.
Holy shit.
Now, was that super unusual in that bar? No.
Wish it were me.
And I turn my flashlight on strobe, and I'm like, get out of here. All three of you. Out, 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 out. And the next time I saw him, I didn't say a word. The time I saw him after that, I didn't say a word. The time I saw him after that, I didn't say a word. And then one night, he looked at one of our buddies who was hot as fuck and went, "You look pretty good tonight. No homo." And it just came out. And I was like, like, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, so by that logic, I often wonder if the women that absolutely hate the fuck out of trans women, a percentage of them are actually trans themselves. They're just never going to do anything about it. You know what I mean?
Maybe. Counterpoint. The most transphobic guys almost always end up being chasers rather than trans themselves.
Yep.
Agreed.
Like Nick Fuentes.
Can we actually, you know what? I've always wanted to do this. Fuck Destiny and fuck Nick Fuentes. That is, it's just, it proves my point. If you cut a liberal, a fascist bleeds. Like, that's just what happens. It's just what happens. Sorry, I just need to get that out while we're on Twitch, because Destiny can't say anything here.
Please.
I fucking hate Destiny with a goddamn passion.
Fuck Destiny, dude.
And that whole fucking community. Fuck every single person that follows that dude.
100%.
Oh, that felt good. Also, fuck J.K. Rowling while we're at it. Fuck it.
Oh yeah, I used to work at a gamer bar where I did non-D&D tabletop games. And every last Saturday, because it made so much money, they had like a Harry Potter night, which I hated so much. But you know, I don't make the rules. I don't make the events. I just host my own thing because I was hired to do that. And every single night, I'd have a trans person at my table. We'd have a good old shout of "fuck J.K. Rowling," like as loud as we could in the middle of the bar, in the middle of the festivities, and it always felt so good every single time. Every single time. And then we got sued, so that was fun. Or got a cease and desist or whatever.
Man, I don't know. Hold on one second.
Low-key waiting for the day I get one of those. And that means I made it.
Well, I mean, because they were doing Harry Potter. They were branding it Harry Potter without licensing it.
Yeah.
Their entire business model to this day. So that's fun.
Gladiator, I could definitely see that. And again, I'm not saying 100% of them, because of course I can't speak on that. Just like 100% of homophobic dudes are not closeted, but we all know the percentage is not zero.
I have been personally called a gender traitor before as a trans mask.
I don't understand the goddamn mindset behind that. I will never understand how it like forms.
I don't know if it's better or worse than like being perceived as like just a sad little girl who doesn't know anything, like doesn't know what they're doing. But either way, it's real shitty.
Yeah, it sucks. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
I mean, it's a big part of the reason why I don't personally ascribe to the label feminist, because it's almost always for a feminist too, or the self-described feminist. And I'm like, I don't fuck with that.
Yeah, it tracks now that I think about it. Fuck. I hate this world. Sorry, I was reading Gladiator's last comment. I'm gonna read it aloud. Yeah, a lot of rhetoric towards trans mass people is like, you're just trying, or quote, you're just trying to escape misogyny by identifying your way out of it. I've never heard that before.
And like, it's not true either. I actually had a coworker of mine at that same gamer bar literally be transphobic to me and misogynistic to me in one fell swoop because I'd been wearing like this dress that like popped my titties up real high. And so the girls were on pretty close to full display. And he gives me an unsolicited hug, right? Which I already don't like because he's a fucking corrections officer and a cop. I don't fuck with that.
ACAB.
And so he gives me the side hug, and I'm already uncomfortable because I'm like, I don't want you touching me, dude. And then he refers to me as she, and I just quickly go, he, just the way I do for everyone, because, you know, most people aren't being malicious about it, so I just quickly, just like, he, real. And he goes, oh, I'm so sorry, but, like, it's really hard to gender you right when your tits are out like that. And I was just like,
Jesus Christ.
you did not just fucking say that in front of other coworkers. Are you kidding me?
Bro,
Where
people
were
are just
we?
fucking evil.
I don't even think it's evil in that regard. Like, I think that's just like I think there's a big difference between like what I call like actively fascist or actively bigoted and passively. I feel like that's just like passive misogyny that they don't even realize is misogyny. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying it makes it any less bad, but so many people say shit because they've never fucking thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that does not make it any less bad.
Yeah. To be fair, most of my experiences at that working at that bar were good. There was just a couple standouts.
By the way, Proletariat, if you're still in here, I would love to have you up here. I'm not sure if you're available. I'm not sure if you're still in here, but I've never actually talked to you other than a couple of comments. So I'd love to have you up here.
Are we gonna continue with the video, by the way?
Oh yeah, we can absolutely do that. Here, we'll just do that while we wait.
Mm-hmm.
They were all gay. That's awesome. These people get more prominence when they go right wing on key issues. In order for someone to quote unquote grift to the left, there needs to be a lot of support for leftist politics. There needs to be monetary support for left wing politics. There isn't. So it's incredibly stupid to grift to the left. You don't get anything out of it. People sometimes arrive at more progressive politics due to their own personal circumstances where they develop a better understanding of the things other people go through or change their minds or whatever. But there's usually a penalty associated with it. That's why for every one guy that is like financially successful to this degree, there are a million right-wingers that would literally kill me in a money spread. Okay, why would you grift to the left? The left are an eclectic group of people who are just like constantly angry at one another over
And will purity
minor
test you
differences in
all the
opinion
time.
or misunderstandings.
Here's Laken Riley.
Yes.
Her murder, her horrific murder at the hands of this illegal migrant who was also unlawfully paroled in the United States. Her death, not an actual issue?
It's a tragedy.
But not an actual issue?
Migrant crime is much less of an issue than U.S. citizen committed crime.
Not an actual issue? Those are your words. Her death, not an actual issue. I just want to get...
If I remember correctly, in the year 2023, there were 22 murders committed by undocumented. Out of the like 40,000 that happened, there were 22.
Well, that's
And
all
people-
these people do.
Fear mongering, yeah, 100%.
It's cherry picking so that they can fearmonger.
Problem for me is then the people who are supposed to fight back against it just go, "Oh yeah, you're right." Like, yeah,
Because
we
the
have to do
Democrats are
something.
addicted to losing.
Yes, like it is. You can give them the win, and they will. I said this the other night. They decided that killing children in Gaza was more important than a win, and that like it's more important than us. Like, remember that. Like, I'm gonna have to vote for him again eventually because I don't want this fascist dictatorship to actually get fucking running. But
straight up the entire reason Biden didn't save TikTok rather than Trump was just that he didn't want to fuck with the presidential policy or of the incoming. And I'm like, are you just shut up about the decorum? Shut the fuck up about the decorum. I don't give a fuck about the decorum. I want zero decorum if it means that we get to push our issues. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah,
Nick, you're muted.
AOC fucks up quite a bit of stuff, and she's certainly not perfect. But one of the things I like about her is that she's so young, she does not remember when the GOP was not cartoon villains. So she doesn't treat them with any sense of decorum because she has only known these fucking fascists. She's never known a moderate Republican in her entire life.
And then the Democrat punish her like she's not talking to the racist uncle. She's talking to the uncle before he got MAGA'd or whatever.
Yeah, like Trump didn't let Biden do the handoff, and Biden is letting Trump do the handoff. What are you doing? Like, you just said he's a threat to democracy. Why didn't you stall every last fucking day?
Why didn't you just say that?
It's the same thing as like when you see the video of Obama and Trump sitting at the funeral. Like, bro, you don't have to talk to him. You called this man the next Hitler, and now you're gonna sit there and talk about golf with this motherfucker?
Yeah, none of us are requiring you to fist fight these motherfuckers, but it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, you don't have to go punch him in the face, but like, do like Pence's wife did and be like, I'm not shaking your fucking hand and I'm not fucking talking to you. Stand on something. Like, have some fucking balls, I guess. Like, it's ridiculous.
You know, one of my mutuals on TikTok, who was in here, the person I tried to get come up, I'm going to give him a free plug. He was like, Ron Paul's on TikTok as a protest. Why don't you kill a coworker? Like, it's like, you're on TikTok as a protest. What are you doing? Like, really go after someone. Ginsu, Hassan is friend. He looks like a foe. I understand that. But he is a friend.
He is Zaddy. He is Daddy. He is Hercules. He is all the things. He is
Isn't he
Hassan.
kind of a fuckboy, though?
Look, man, if he's a fuckboy and he's preaching this shit, I'm cool with it. Go ahead. As long he seems like the type to look somebody in the eyes and be like, I just want the good time. I don't want anything else. And I'm cool with that.
I don't care if he's a fuckboy at all. Like, as long as he's not taking advantage of someone or hurting them, I don't care if he's a fuckboy. If you teleported me into his body for 24 hours, I would be a fuckboy.
I know for a fact I would.
I remember back when the internet left was all mad at him because it turned out that he saw some spicy workers in Amsterdam or wherever it was.
Yeah, like, I thought,
and people were like, "Oh my god, you're taking advantage of those women." I'm like, it's their job. They
literally,
money. They're probably pretty okay with the job if that's their job. There are other options.
And on top of it, if I remember correctly, like, yeah, he went because he wanted to have a good time, but they also turned it into like a documentary type, like how it's not taking advantage of somebody type of situation. Like, it is a job. People do this for a living. They are protected. They have certain things they have to do, rules they have to live by type of thing.
I mean, that's one of my big fights with that, like the Puritan in like the more literal sense side of the left that are like, all spicy work is immediately bad because reasons. And I'm like, you don't know because you don't know any of them.
What is wrong with somebody making multi-millions of dollars on OnlyFans?
They act like it's a special form of exploitation that's worse than all the other forms of labor exploitation. And it's like,
it doesn't track. It just doesn't. I don't understand how you get to that
point.
Like,
I'm like, I'm doing that no matter what job I'm working, basically.
Try working as a laborer in the trades and hearing other dudes that are in the trades talk about how they're selling their bodies. Motherfucker, you had a back surgery at 26 that's going to ruin you for life. Who sold their body?
What do sports guys do? What do warehouse workers do? What do oil rig workers do? What does anybody who does like harsh manual labor do if not sell their body?
Yeah, like legitimately, I don't walk right. I will it is a non-zero chance that I will wind up somewhat disabled with walking assistance earlier than I should because of the jobs I had when I was younger. How is that not selling my fucking body?
Yeah, and like to be clear, like anti-sex sentiments were what got me off of the centrist to right-wing path and onto the leftist path, because I was like, oh no, I know for a fact these guys are fucking lying about this, and so I started looking into the other stuff they were saying. And so to see it at all on the left always astounds me, because I'm like, guys, what are you doing? Like, I thought we had this cleared up by now. It's so crazy to me.
Well, it just proves more and more every day that the quote unquote left is really just center right. Like, we don't have a left party in this country, unfortunately.
Oh, I hear it from communists too.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now there's my people. Oh, no.
There's literally, so I'm in Missouri right now. And there is a communist party group here. And I literally went to their website because I was looking into, like, I joined the DSA, and I joined the KC tenants here, which do really good work. And, you know, I was looking into other groups that I could join to further my political activism. And so I was like, you know, let's see what the communists are up to here. And like literally on their page, they explicitly say they are anti-sex work. And I was like, are you kidding me?
How the fuck is a communist anti-sex? I don't even
They're
understand
like, we're pro
that.
labor, but not sex labor. I was like, okay.
All right.
All right.
I'm going to say something that sometimes makes people really mad, but I'm going to say
interested.
this. I am a firm believer that sex work is the most leftist-leaning job you can have.
Facts.
Because, I mean, one, yes, but like it is facts because of a bunch of reasons. But here's something not a lot of people look at. Sex work takes money from affluent white neighborhoods and brings it into poor neighborhoods of color at an insane rate. And when it's not doing that, it is almost always actually pulling money down. It is one of the only jobs that pulls money down every single step of the way. No matter where you're at in the stratosphere, you are always pulling money down and bringing it into marginalized communities a lot. It is an insanely leftist job.
The other thing that I hear from communists who are anti-sex work a lot is that that job wouldn't exist under communism. And it's like, isn't the whole point of communism that jobs don't exist, only labor?
Yeah, it's the whole goddamn point.
Which sex labor would, I think, still exist. I think there would still be a niche to fill there.
Yeah, 100%. It does.
Okay.
I don't understand the logic of a communist saying some shit like that.
I don't either.
I would love to meet these people in person. I would have a field day.
I mean, they're literally just people who don't talk to sex workers at all.
Yeah, honestly, I think that is one of the things is people just they don't know anybody. Like, I have stripper friends. I have actual escort friends. Like, I understand how it works, and I understand that these people are making better money than I've ever made and working goddamn 10 hours a week. Like this is fucking ridiculous.
Don't get me wrong. I used to have an OnlyFans. I didn't make shit. But it was a job. I did labor. I got money in exchange for that labor. It didn't make me feel degraded as a person or kill my soul or any fucking thing that any other job hasn't done. Right? My job now kills my soul more than OnlyFans ever did.
I'm sure that's true.
As Hoth said, can't consent to labor in a capitalist society.
Yeah. So. Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack this whole thing.
No, I love this. This is the point. We watch a video like this and we stop and we talk about the subject. That's the best way to do this because it just gives us something to talk about. But now we have to hear Josh Hawley's voice again, and I do apologize for that. Here we go.
Lord, I apologize.
No.
Mike, dog, you know what he means. Oh,
I'm back up a little bit.
browbeating over this.
Get back.
But not an actual issue?
Migrant crime is much less of an issue than U.S. citizen committed crime.
Not an actual issue. Those are your words. Her death, not an actual issue. I just want to get no.
Like, dog, you know what he means. Oh, God, browbeating over this. Like, hey, when the right does it, though, it's not woke, okay? It's only annoying when SJWs do this, okay? Weaponizing a misunderstanding on purpose. The broader point still holds, okay? Albeit an awful tragedy. The only reason why you're talking about it is because you want to weaponize this tragedy to create a completely fabricated notion that undocumented migrants are responsible for a lot more crime that they're actually responsible for per capita. It is ridiculous. Oh, it's so shameless. It is so shameless. It's so up. Just browbeating over this left and right. Oh my God, I hate it.
You're here as a spokesman for the minority party. I just want to make sure the record's clear on this. The spokesman for the minority party is advising the Senate that the Lake and Riley Act is a bad idea and we ought to stop it. The spokesman for the minority party is saying that Lake and Riley's death and migrant crime is not an actual issue. I can't frankly believe that I am hearing these words. You said it's not an actual issue. I read you the
Lake
quote.
and Riley's death was not an actual
You
issue.
said that the murder of a nursing student in
Oh my God, I hate this so much. Holy moly. Oh.
in Georgia has a lot of people on the right talking about migrant crime. You put it in quotation marks, square quotes, like it's an actual issue. She's dead because of migrant crime, right? Let's try something else. Here, do you know who this is?
I can't watch this. This is pissing me off. This is pissing me off. I can't do this.
Local radio host Javi has American citizenship, but many of his listeners are undocumented.
Sé que hay muchas dudas, sé que hay muchas preguntas por parte de ustedes. Entonces, hoy, ¿qué les parece si abrimos el micrófono para que nos platiquen un poquito de eso?
This radio station allows listeners to share their concerns, as well as tip-offs to avoid immigration raids. But not all of the Hispanic community is against what Trump stands for.
¡Habla Filiberto!
¿Qué pasó, Filiberto? ¿Cómo estás?
Aquí riéndome de ustedes.
¿Por qué riéndote de nosotros?
No, porque el que está preocupado, dicen que el migrante no, el que está preocupado es el ilegal, el mantenido. El migrante, nosotros las personas decentes, los ciudadanos que nos hicimos y todo, no tenemos miedo, al contrario, estamos orgullosos que va a llegar el justiciero mayor.
El justiciero, oye, pero a ver.
If this guy turns out to be undocumented, I'm shutting this off. If it turns out that he has an immediate relative that's undocumented, I'm shutting it off. I'm shutting it off. I can't deal with this right now. Wait, he already said he is undocumented? Oh my God. Wait, did I miss that part?
¡Habla Filiberto!
¿Qué pasó, Filiberto? ¿Cómo estás?
Aquí riéndome de ustedes.
¿Por qué riéndote de nosotros?
No, porque el que está preocupado, dicen que el migrante no, el que está preocupado es el ilegal, el mantenido. El migrante, nosotros las personas decentes, los ciudadanos que nos hicimos y todo, no tenemos miedo, al contrario, estamos orgullosos que va a llegar el justiciero mayor.
El justiciero, oye, pero a ver, el justiciero...
This is a debate high on emotion and low on facts. Trump's campaign promises were vague, and Javi is skeptical about the impact there will be this time round.
Son solamente 4 años de administración. Somos muchos millones en este país. No, tendrían que contratar a
My dad is like this dude. He believes Trump's doing the right thing. My mom was undocumented when he met her. Dude.
Punch your dad in the face.
Real.
I don't even understand how the fuck that happens. Like, I don't get it. How do you meet your wife?
It's literally just because they believe if they don't do a crime while undocumented, they won't get deported. And they don't, like, they refuse to wrap their head around the idea that being an illegal is already illegal. And so that's all they need.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing, and, like, I have heard this so many times. Like, I don't know if any of you, like, I'm sure you've all heard the expression about, like, you climb the ladder and then pulled it up behind you. The amount of people I've known in my life that came here illegally, finagled their way into legality, and then were like, no more illegals. Motherfucker. Like, one of my coworkers said that one time, and I looked at him and said, bitch, you've had 3 different social security numbers in the year you've worked with me. What are you talking about?
It's basically pulling the ladder up after you go up the wall. Like, What the fuck are you doing? Like, why are people like that? I will never understand the idea of like, I'm going to the top and I'm not going to try to bring anyone with me.
I don't even know that it's necessarily that malicious. More so that they are just buying into the propaganda.
Also, a lot of Latinos for Trump are devout Christians, and we all know in this country Christians are brainwashed to think they have to vote Republican.
Yeah, I actually one of my partners is non-binary, and their mom has voted Republican her whole life. And when they asked about it this election cycle, their mom told them it's because it's the party of God. And I was like, what do you mean? It's the party of God. Like,
I've heard that so many times down here. I've literally heard like the Democrats are the party run by Satan. Like,
but critically think for like 2 fucking seconds and figure out which party is advocating for policies that are closer to Christ.
They have to read the Bible first.
That's true.
I read that bitch twice and became an atheist. Think what would happen to the majority of this country if they just read the book.
They can't read it, Christian.
Oh, fuck, you're right. I always forget the statistic. What is it? 50% of the country can't read at a 6th grade level, and
but it's
25% of that can't read at all.
But it's not even that. Like, how many people do you know that can read Shakespeare?
True.
10% of the population tops.
I resent that. I have very good reading comprehension. That shit is still confusing.
I wasn't gonna say it, but I can't read that shit.
But read the Bible and think about it that way. Like,
I read the NIV though, so it's in American English.
Like, it's not off that it's hard to fucking read, you know? I've known many religious people that struggled to fucking read the Bible.
I don't even know that you need to read it though. Like, if you just critically think as you're being told things at all, the contradictions are like very blatant and apparent. Like, I got in trouble. I went to a Christian school for part of my elementary school, and there was this one history teacher who was also the Bible teacher who hated me because I would ask simple questions like, if God is all loving, then why does he hate gay people? And he couldn't answer. But then he would get mad at me because he couldn't answer. And like, it's that simple, really.
How do I word this? Because like when I was in church, I wasn't really paying attention. Like, I was there because I had to be there. And then I was there because like the people I was with were in church. And then like I didn't really listen. So like I didn't become atheist until I actually read the book.
Oh, 100%. Like, the community aspect of church and it being one of the only like free third spaces that's like publicly available is insidious as fuck and intended for this very purpose. I guess I just wish more people would use their brain. That's really kind of it.
I wish more people had the ability, because I don't think they're not using it. I don't think they have the critical thinking skills. Like
But that's a skill. Skills can be learned.
True. They're just ignorant to the skill. I'll give you that. Oh,
I just get so frustrated.
Dude, you should hear me and Nick on a Discord call. I will scream. When TikTok went off last night, I literally just screamed at my phone.
I might have cried, except that I was at work from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. So.
Oh. Well, now that I think about it, it might not have been the worst. Like, at least you had something to take your mind off of it. I sat there and opened the app 150 times last night, and it never worked.
Clear, I work as a security guard.
Oh, fuck.
It's an incredibly idle job, and TikTok was like my go-to source of entertainment.
I started watching fucking documentaries on YouTube again and listening to podcasts for 12 hours.
Oh, I pulled out my Steam Deck and I just started playing video games on the job.
You know, Christian,
I did not
you
give a
could have
single
cleaned
fuck.
your house.
My house is already clean.
Or learned a new language.
That one I'm trying. I need to learn Spanish.
Or you could have downloaded Little Red Book and come to the communist platform.
I'm not downloading that bitch yet. I'm waiting for it to pop off. I got too many apps as it is.
One of my coworkers and I actually bantered about the TikTok ban last night, and he brought up that the Little Red Book app looks like a virus, and I just was like, I don't think it looks any more like a virus than anything else, dog. And he was like, okay, fair.
I don't even understand what he's saying with that. Your coworker's saying with that.
He's literally saying it looks Chinese. I'm not even fucking kidding.
Like I will tell you this. Let me grab it. Let me bring it up. Oh, I got a notification in it.
It looked funny, and so it must be bad. Like, the xenophobia in America is ridiculous. Or xenophobia, however it's pronounced.
So here's my account. Ooh. Got to figure out how to aim it at the camera. It looks just like any other social media platform.
I think he was talking about like the icon, which has,
Oh, gotcha.
Chinese characters on it. So obviously a virus, because I don't understand it.
But these are the same people that click on the links that actually download the viruses.
True.
Every single time.
To be fair, when I called him on it, he was just like, yeah, you're right. Like, immediately. So at least there's that. Like, yeah. I have some hope for the people who, when receiving pushback, actually will allow themselves to be pushed back rather than, like, argue. Because if they're arguing, they're already, like, set in their opinion and they're not fucking moving.
Yeah, they're not listening. They're just waiting to talk.
Which, on, like, this is fine because you're able to reach other people. Potentially, but like when it's just a one-on-one conversation, it's not worth it.
Like it's so weird that people think this. I made a post that's just a text post, and the translation is, does anyone have any Chinese bands to recommend? I listen to metal and hardcore mostly. I have 87 comments. How many of them do you think are mean?
0.
Correct. Everyone is nice. Everyone is nice. Check out this band if you like this. Check out this band if you like that. One guy said, you didn't say what type of metal you like. So if you like power metal this, black metal this, death metal that, post-hardcore, like boom, 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 boom. These bands sing half in English, so you might enjoy them more. Like, I have never in my life posted anywhere on this fucking earth and had 87 comments, and all of them are nice.
To be fair, I cheated because I saw your video on it.
You motherfucker.
Dude, I watch all your content.
I didn't even know you were on there.
Oh, no. I saw it on TikTok. I saw you talk about it on TikTok.
Oh,
gotcha. I'm not on the Little Red Book. I probably won't.
That's where I'm at right now.
But it's like, and I know that like their terms of service and their restrictions are a little bit tighter, but it's so
little bit.
Not much tighter than TikTok, dude. Not much tighter than TikTok.
I've seen videos where people use their profile picture and it happened to be 2 women, so the entire account got taken down.
I will tell you this. I've been dinged on TikTok for saying duty head or buffoon. So
I still think it's funny that TikTok was banned in China before we banned it, and then we use the exact same language they use. Like, we have to ban it. It's a national security risk. People are learning to hate their country on there. This and that, blah, blah, blah. That's the exact same thing China said, literally, when they got rid of the app.
Fascist countries ban apps.
All right, back to this video. It's going to give me a migraine.
I listened to the report from the New York Times this morning over the Nicaraguan lady who was undocumented, who was talking about how she knows other undocumented people that have been in the United States for like 10 plus years at this point. She's been here for 20 years and she couldn't comprehend, like, or she could, but she just could not deal with the reality that like undocumented migrants that have been here for 10 plus years are mad about the newcomers, saying like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Why are you coming in here? It's so, there's perhaps no better indication that the American brain rot is set in when you are literally still undocumented on U.S. soil and you think like, oh, all these newcomers got to go. Half the time you can't even speak English and you have this mentality, and I'm like, you're American. That's it. You are truly assimilated to the American brain rot, where you're just like, yeah, I'm Guatemalan, but all these other Guatemalan have to go. I'm Guatemalan, but I've been here for 10 years. Give me citizenship. Those other Guatemalans. That's wild. It's like, yeah, I'm Guatemalan, but I've been here for 10 years and I hate them. I hate them. Okay. So many people that still don't have citizenship truly think that it is because newcomers, it is because of newcomers that they don't have citizenship yet. They think these newcomers are actually cutting the line. It's like, bro, you cut the line. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? They're cutting the line. Okay, so did you. You just happened to cut the line 10 years ago. What are you talking about? What an insane statement to make. And a lot of people literally think like that is what's that's the setback. That they think that if more people stop coming in, that they would just like automatically get citizenship or something. They also falsely assume that this government won't come after them. There's also this other commonly held notion. ICE won't come after them because they're law-abiding undocumented immigrants. They're law-abiding in the sense that like they have jobs, but these
Not you getting that exactly down, like right to a T.
It's almost like I spend all my time not on TikTok watching political YouTube or something.
Same. I watch
hours and hours a day.
I legitimately watch. If I can, I will watch the entire stream of Hassan. I will start it and I will finish it that day.
Funnily enough, Hassan, not one of the people in my rotation.
I'm telling you, You might not watch all the time, but it's worth it.
I don't know. He exhausts me.
Yeah, it is a lot sometimes. I think what exhausts most people, I don't know if this is for you, it's the bantering with that chat, like the actual going the fuck in on chatters.
I will say the guy I've been watching mostly lately is Jovan, which I know was mentioned yesterday on the stream. And I also like so a lot of the political tubers that I watch no longer post because there's some shit that went down last year. And I don't know if I should admit to the one that used to be my number one because a lot of people don't like him.
Oh, I want to know.
It's Vosh.
It's all good. It's all good. I don't judge. We listen and we don't judge.
Listen, Vosh.
We judge a little.
Vosh pulled me to the left 100%.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I also love Javon too, so like I get it.
But yeah, everybody hates Vosh, and I'm like I don't agree with him all the time, but like I think he's fun to watch. I think he's funny.
Did you see the TikTok boys? The 4 of them are trying to take over YouTube instead of coming over here to Twitch.
No.
They're like we're the Harrys and the Parkers of the world are gonna go after.
Oh,
YouTube.
like Dean Parker and then.
Yeah. I can't stand any of them but Chris. I'll be real with you. I can't stand any of them but Chris Mowry.
I like Parker, but I don't listen to him all that often. So.
This is gonna sound rude, chat, so don't get mad. But he's so smart, it pisses me off, so I don't want to listen. It's like he is brilliant. The kid's good. I don't like all of his positions, but when he's like just starts rattling shit off at a speed that I can't stand, like it's like he's at 2x and I'm trying to listen. I can't. Like
that makes it more listenable to me, though.
Because it's just background noise at that point.
No, it's because I had my brain too fast.
Well, I watched it at 1.5. At 2x, I'm over here like Jesus Christ.
Oh no, I'm constantly like. If it's not background noise, I have it at 2x because then I can pay attention. And that's not on ADHD.
I get. To the comment, it said that they don't think they're genuine. The only one I think is genuine is Chris. I think Parker may be. I don't have a big, but the other two, Dean and Harry, can get fucked. They can get fucked. Dean platformed Nick Fuentes, and then he went on to what's his fucking name? The kid on Kick, Aiden Ross's stream with Sneeko. And then on top of that, he does the Jubilee shit. I'm like, bro, y'all are not on the left. You think you're on the left, but you're not on the fucking left. And then Harry's just a straight up shill. I can fuck Harry. I can't.
I will
No.
say that, like, I wish, instead of, like, obviously not everyone does this, but, like, there's a significant contingent of the left that does that purity testing thing. Like, I disagree with you once, and I never, like, will touch you again because you're evil or whatever. And I wish
Yeah.
more people would just be like, yeah, there's some points that I don't agree with them on, but, like, they're mostly right, so whatever. I wish that was, like, more of the default attitude.
I tried that, and then the Biden shit happened. The actual debate happened, and I went, all right, let's go. I'm going straight to all 4 of their channels, and I'm gonna see what they're saying. And all of them were like, he can still beat Trump. And I'm like, you're just lying now. You're either lying or you're just reading a script, because there's no way you're smart and you actually believe that.
That's fair. That's fair. But, like, if they're pushing people left, right?
I don't think they are, though. What I think's happening is they're just getting left spaces. I don't think they're actually pushing anybody to the left. I think they're just keeping people in the status quo they're in.
Are you just calling them liberals at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's fair.
Every single one of them is. Every single one of them is. And
That's fair. To be fair, I'm not defending liberals more than leftists.
Oh, I know. And when it comes to them, it's just chance after chance after chance after chance. It's like, I used to mod for one of them, like chance after chance, and it's just, bro, you failed and you failed and you failed. Like, you're out here just saying shit that doesn't matter. Like, and I listen to their debates, and it's like they're only trying to win. You have to try to win the debate while swaying the person's mind, or at least the people in the chat's mind. And I've never heard that coming from them, because they're always like, right, chat? Don't you agree with me, chat? It's like, I think most of the chat is just liberals who enjoy seeing conservatives feel bad. That's all I see.
Yeah. I actually used to have a Polititalk show on Twitch with a liberal friend of mine. I was the leftist, they were the liberal. And we fucking fought. Dude, we fought hard, especially over, like, Israel-Palestine, and then a landlord issue. Because, like, I don't understand why landlords are evil. And I was like, because people need houses, dude. That's not
that simple. Yeah.
optional. And they're
but
hoarding
people
them
believe it
and
is.
then
My
charging them an
father-
exuberant amount just for a temporary place to stay. That's kind of evil, dude.
Dude, my father's one of those people that believes, like, there's not anything that is a human right. I'm like, how is that even a concept to you?
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you even begin with that?
You can't. Once you say that, I mean, once he said that, I was like, I give up. And we were in the middle of an argument, and he said that, because I brought up, like, we were talking about how I used to sell homes I used to sell mobile homes, and I quit because it literally was eating me alive, where people, like, couldn't get a house, and I knew the only reason is because I had to keep a profit above a certain limit. I couldn't do the shit. I told him that, and he was like, so you couldn't work at Walmart? And I was like, no, probably not, because they're putting on this fucking giant ass percentage on something that people need. He was like, well, people can eat, like, go out and hunt if they need to. Like, you don't need to go to Walmart. I said, do you fucking hear yourself? Like, and then he put out, like, there's no such thing as human rights, Christian. There's only, like, what you get. And I was
Okay.
like, we're done. This is it. And
But,
I
like,
can't have a convo.
in a lot of places, they can't just go out and hunt, because that requires, like, a license, that requires buying a gun or a bow and arrow, that requires, like, knowing how to dress, like, field dress things, and how to have, like, the ability to be able to preserve all of that meat, and like, there's so many roadblocks.
What gets me is how a human can go, they just go do that. And I'm like, bro, can you look around and see the technology we have? And you go, well, yeah, you should still be pouring on the road or streets if you can't work. Like, how does that click? Like, we should be in, like, a cyberpunk type of world. Like, we should literally be, everything we ever needed is, like, right there and easy. And then everything we want is the stuff you have to work for. Like, that's
Okay.
the whole point.
Can I just say, Heike, since we're not on TikTok and we can talk about drugs? If I was gonna live in a cyberpunk dystopia, can I at least have the fun, fancy drugs that they promised with that? Like where I can feel the other person's body, and, like, I can, like, literally, like, launch myself soul and spirit into the internet and shit? Because, like, this sucks.
I want some SAO type shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, if you could put me in a Sword Art Online type shit where I could just put the helmet on and go away, I'd do it. I would. Now, if it's owned by Elon, I'm not fucking doing it. But anyone else, honestly, anyone but Zuck and Elon, I'd do it. Oh my god. This makes me so mad. I do love the fact that we're basically doing the same thing Hassan does, where he takes a 10-minute video and makes it 45. I fucking love that.
Play the video.
No, I love it.
I want you to know that while we were doing this, I'm like, this is Christian's dream right here. Right here.
You have no idea. This is all I did this. I want you to understand. I did this for hours upon hours at a time by myself, reacting to it wasn't political stuff at the time. It was gaming and like wrestling stuff. But like, I'd get 2 followers. I'd get nothing. And now we can enjoy and hang out, and people actually want to chat.
I'm a little offended.
Yeah, yell at him now.
What did I do?
Christian stream? And what am I, chopped liver?
Do you know how obsessed this man is with Hassan?
To be fair, I don't even have a damn camera set.
I got my camera on. I got my nice lights in front. I got my backlights in back. I cleared off my bed so that you can have nice visual.
But like you have to understand when we started doing this, because I've seen clips of Hassan like on TikTok and other shit. I've just never watched them. As soon as we started doing it, I'm like, this is Christian's dream right here. This is all Christian wants to do. He wants to do exactly this. Like, I don't even know how to use the word glazing properly because I'm an old. But if I ever do use that word, it will be in reference to Christian and Hassan, and somehow I will get it right.
Yeah, you got it.
You are, no facts.
You understand.
All facts.
Like, if Christian was straight, he would still bottom for Hassan.
True.
I wouldn't bottom for Hassan now, but I'd give that man a good goddamn time. I tell you that. I'll tell you that.
I want you to know that sounded so country. I thought you were going to be like, I tell you what.
I don't hear my accent. And then y'all be like, you sound country as fuck, boy.
To be fair,
I tell you what, I'd give that man a good old time.
To be fair, I think my accent's pretty neutral up until I say certain phrases. Like, one of the things I get asked about at my job constantly is why I won't be an armed guard. And I like to say, I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with a gun. And that is just how I say that particular phrase.
I hear it now. Yeah, I fucking hear it now.
Well, so my grandmother who raised me was from Missouri.
No, we don't. No.
Rural Missouri.
I'm not. Listen to me. Okay, I'm not gonna argue it, but that ain't right. That's not how you say that.
And so some of how I speak is due to her. And so there are little pieces in my language that just stick like that.
I still can't say oil right. Like oil and water. Right?
Water.
I don't even know what you were trying to say. Was that oil?
Oil. Yeah, oil.
Jesus Christ.
Say rural.
No.
I don't think I will.
Royal. I can't. I literally can't. Roll. That's all I can get. That's all I can do.
I want you to know, I also don't think I have an accent because nobody thinks they have an accent. And when I first moved to Maryland, like people in Chicago don't think I have an accent. And I'd be like, hey, how you doing? And people are like, where are you from? Where are you from? Where's the R, motherfucker? And they'd be like, mm-hmm. I'm like, what are you fucking saying?
All I have to do.
You have a pretty neutral accent too, I think. Like I hear it, but like it's not strong.
I think it's pretty neutral too. The thing that gets me is some of the weird linguistic things here. I've now caught them, and I think they sound fucking horrible in the native fucking accent. Like one of the things that happens out here is, Christian, how long you been hunting? I've been hunting since I'm 12. Since I'm 12. Everyone here says that, and every time I hear it, I'm like, you motherfucker.
You know what's funny about that? If you asked me that question, it would literally be about 12 years. Probably about 12 years, 14 years, maybe about 15.
That's fine. But since I'm 12, fuck off.
Well, we just don't say full sentences in the South. We have a word for everything, basically.
I one time used that since I'm whatever thing, and my wife put her hands on my shoulders and went, did you just hear that? I'm like, what? And she repeated what I said, and I went, fuck. And she's like, no fuck. If you ever do that again, I'm never fucking you again. And just walks off.
Oh no.
I'm like, fuck. because I was like, yeah, I've been doing that since I'm whatever. And she's like, what did you just say? What is wrong with you? I'm like, I don't know. And I make fun of it all the fucking time. All the time. And then I fucking did it.
I just made it a point. The words I can't say, right? I don't say. You just, I do my best.
What about crayon?
Oh, okay. You said it. So now I gotta like, damn, my stutters now wants to come out. Crayon. Yeah.
Crayon.
You said it.
Crown.
Crayon? You can do it, Christian. I believe in you.
I don't think I can. I think it's impossible for my voice to say these words sometimes. Like I told you, I can't. It won't. I can't. The other. I know there's another like syllable, or whatever. I was supposed. I can't do it. It's just.
Can you say oi?
Oi.
And then o.
Oh.
Oil.
Oh. I can't. My brain's broke there. It won't come out.
Can you say beautiful spirit?
No, beautiful spirit? What? How country do I sound?
I'm just trying to think of things that I don't know if you can say.
People automatically know. I'm like, get me every time if like they don't realize what part of the South I'm from. When I hit them with that, like, thank you, ma'am, real quick. Done. Over with.
Do you fuck up potato?
Potato, tomato. Nah, I got
potato.
Those good. No, my sister's bad on that one. But I can say those. I've made it a point to try to get better, and I've had more conversations with people that don't have the Southern accent lately. So it's like starting to get better, but then I'll go outside and get something to eat, and I'll come back in here like, you know what, goddamn yous tell me, do. Yeah, I hate the South so goddamn much. I'm ready to get out of this shit.
Play the video then.
Look at you keeping us on track.
They're not, and the people that are making these rules do not distinguish between you and them. You are both undocumented, and perhaps more importantly, brown, okay? And also, there is no real reason to deport them either, because they, just like you, are not responsible for a larger share of crimes than American citizens are. It was never about crime apprehension and crime detection and lowering the percentage of crime. If that was the case, they'd be focusing on American citizens. Are there any formerly undocumented women that feel this way? Or is it just men being entitled fascist thugs as always? That's so funny to think that this doesn't transcend beyond gender. No, of course there are undocumented women that feel this way as well. What are you talking about? Have you never seen a QAnon abuela? What do you mean? No, there are hella women that feel this way too.
Although illegal crossings at the southern border dropped sharply at the end of last year, the issue helped propel him to the...
There was an NBC video after the election of naturalized immigrants saying that Trump was going to deport the bad illegals, not the good ones. Yeah. The problem there is no such thing, okay? If you are, quote unquote, a bad illegal, as in an undocumented person that did a crime, you already get deported, or depending on the severity of your crime, permanent prison, okay? The notion that the American government does not prosecute significant crimes like committed by undocumented migrants is so idiotic. I don't know where to begin. There are people who unironically think like, oh, when you're an undocumented migrant, they let you do the crime because they're woke. The police are woke. The federal agents are woke.
First time I've ever heard the expression "the police are woke."
Dude, really? I hear that shit all the time, dude. Like, but it's only blue cities. They're like if you go up to like Charlotte or something, they'll be like, oh yeah, no, the police up there are woke. That's why you see all the people on the streets and stuff. It's like, no, because it's expensive as fuck to live in Charlotte. That's why it's like that. There's unhoused people because it's expensive, not because the police don't care. Like they beat them in the fucking streets, I promise. All right. Oh, god damn it. You didn't have to fucking put that on the screen. I replied to it already.
You know what? I assure you I did. I assure you I did.
And you know what's sad?
We can blame it on me being a leftist grifter and trying to entertain.
The problem for me is I made cornbread earlier, so it really hit me right in the soul.
Again, though, like, I'm only making fun of Christian because I do it. I have my shit too.
Also, because it's fun. I'm very fun to make fun of.
Fuck Christian.
Literally, Nick, Val, did you hear the story of Nick messaged in a group chat when he meant to message me because he didn't feel good and he wanted me to make fun of him?
Oh yeah,
So
yeah. And then it was accidentally a group chat, and then the therapist in the group chat was like,
Oh, so
"Or we
mad.
could unpack our feelings."
No, I didn't want to unpack my feelings, which is why I went to Christian and said, I'm in my feelings, bully and make fun.
But you didn't.
Christian,
go to
I'm in my feelings, comma, bully and make fun of me so I feel better.
And that's that on toxic masculinity.
I have unpacked most of my toxic masculinity, but there's still just a little dab, and sometimes a little dab will do you.
Listen, this is why sex workers keep getting paid anyway, so I can't be too mad about it.
Facts. Jesus. Oh my god. All right, let's finish this thing. We got a minute.
Mute a mod.
You know what I just noticed, Nick? We did all that setup before we got on here. We didn't upload a profile picture for your Twitch. We've done everything. We sat there for like 45 minutes going over it, and the one thing we were talking about doing, we didn't do. That's on ADHD.
I noticed.
Well,
I just got it. Back to the video.
At a moment of political division,
That looks so
Bakersfield
fun.
Hispanic community is pulling together. Raul and his family are attending a parade for the Virgin of Guadalupe, the patron saint of Mexico. It's a tradition which connects people from across Latin America at a time when many feel they are being singled out.
El 90% está sentida, pero más que nada que cómo se siente, tienen miedo, tienen temor que se pare.
Oh, God, you know, the food they had was on point.
We're putting.
I can't do it, but respect.
Oh, that's the one thing we do have in the South is some damn good Mexican food. We ain't got any other culture down here. We got this guy.
I can't
Southern
do anything
food.
spicier than Tex-Mex.
Okay, that makes sense. I can get down with that though.
I mean,
I
I think black pepper is spicy.
Dude, my stepmom's like that. Okay, never mind. I can't get down with that. I
blame it on being, I think I'm a super taster, and that's why I'm so sensitive to it. I also have stomach ulcers, if that helps, so I shouldn't have spicy food anyway.
Oh, that makes sense. And the super taster thing, that just means you're going to get lucky and have better taste buds the older you get. Like, most of us lose them. If you got sensitive ones, you're going to have better at the end.
Sure, but right now it kind of sucks, because anything that's even slightly bitter tastes awful. Anything that's slightly spicy, I can't handle. Anything that's too sweet, no.
All right, Nick, I've got one more video we can start. We don't have to watch the whole thing.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
But it
This
is
is your stream, remember?
Yeah, it's your place. It's not mine. I
was talking to you, Christian.
Oh, God damn it. You're right. It is my stream. Welcome in, everybody.
Welcome.
But it is him going down to, I think it was the Rose Bowl where they were holding the firefighters during LA. And I don't know, most people don't know this, but I think it's like 30 to 40% of the people fighting the wildfires are people who are in prison and are working for $1 an hour out here to save our entire lives and save LA.
Also, hi, Katie.
Oh, hello, Katie. So Hassan went down there and he interviewed the guys who are in prison but are currently fighting the fires. And I watched the whole thing already. It's a really interesting watch if y'all want to go through it and talk about it a little bit. We don't have to watch the whole thing, of course. But these guys, like I said, they make $24 a day. They do 24 hours on, 24 hours off. They hadn't had a shower in probably 5 days at this point. Here we go. I'm going to put it on 1.5 and see if Nick can keep up.
Of course I can.
Okay.
I listen to you on 2.5, fucking Southern drawl.
You make me giggle.
In the work into not only better ourselves, but better our communities. Bro, don't hype it up too much. They're not going to give you more.
I'm going to do 1.25 because I don't know if the chat's
That's too fast for most people.
I'm good.
I can do that. I knew me and Mal would be fine.
They're not gonna give me more money. It's crazy.
Especially because there's subtitles. That makes it extra easy. I'm used to watching friggin' Ergo Proxy and shit.
No. I need
They get paid $5 a day. It's
out there
bullshit.
getting
Those fires would be so much larger if they weren't out here. They need to get paid an adequate wage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our way to the Rose Bowl right now, where we are going to be linking up with a new friend of the show. His name is Scott. He's a producer, and he's also a recidivism activist. We're going to be linking up with him because he is going to be feeding some of the firefighters that have been working tirelessly around the clock in combating all the wildfires that have been taking place in Los Angeles so far. The last death toll that I saw was around 10, with more than 10,000 structures that have been burned to the ground. Obviously, this is one of the most impactful wildfires, certainly the most devastating wildfire in California history. And one of the lesser known aspects of combating wildfires in the state of California is the fact that the California state relies sometimes upwards of 30% of the firefighting force at any given point during wildfire season. California state relies on inmates, incarcerated firefighters. Some of these incarcerated firefighters make $5 to $10 a day according to publicly available data. Some of them makes upwards of $26 a day. Now, obviously, these numbers are incredibly low. They are incarcerated. It's a valuable training program, and until recently, they had no opportunity to join a full-time, staffed, employed fire department. Since, I believe, 2022, there have been initiatives to expunge their record. If they have any drug offenses or if they have any sort of felony on their record, they're incarcerated, they must have it expunged in order to be able to get EMT training, which is a requirement to become a California firefighter. They still, as far as I understand, cannot join municipalities unless it's like a super rare instance. We're going to be talking to these guys. They're still technically in prison, but for the time being, they're out of prison and at the Rose Bowl in the staging area, you know, after a long day, sometimes 12-hour shifts or even longer, combating wildfires, clearing out brush. So we're going to go talk to them about their experiences and what their day-to-day looks like, and hopefully help people understand that the incarcerated population are human too. Now, of course, this sounds really silly when I say it, but unfortunately, it's something that must be said. Because in the United States of America, we have one of the most draconian prison structures, one of the worst carceral states on the entire planet. 25% of the entire planet's prisoner population, despite only making up 4% of the entire planet's population. A quarter of the imprisoned people on this planet behind bars are in the United States of America. Even in one of the, on paper, most successful reintegration initiatives, this is a very valuable training structure and allowing prisoners to experience dignity and actually give back to their communities. It still seemingly is used as a way to basically have a servile, indentured servant population. Slavery, as you know, is constitutionally protected under the 13th Amendment. Slavery as a mechanism of punishment is perfectly permissible, allowed, and still exists in the United States of America, in many states, including California. California, as a matter of fact, had a ballot initiative in the last election, the general election that we just had, where they overwhelmingly voted to preserve slavery as a form of punishment in the state constitution. I'm joined, of course, by Caroline Kwan, Marchie Poo, and also my very own volunteer firefighter, engineer extraordinaire, Marat Piker, on this wonderful journey. Thank you guys so much for coming.
So the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, that's a group that works with these incarcerated firefighters who we are going to go talk to. They currently have a fundraiser to raise funds for these firefighters after they are released from prison. The way firefighting works, not even just during times of crisis like this, is that they're 24 hours on, 24 hours off. So we're going to be talking to a group of people who are on the 24 hours off, but obviously they're exhausted, and it's a lot what they're doing right now. But that's how it is. So they work for 24 hours straight, and then they have 24 hours off.
God damn!
But,
oh my God, the governor's there right now.
Oh, well, that'll be fun.
Gavin is right behind us right now. Big Gav, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, California. I've never met him. California oblast, ruling with an iron fist. What do you want to tell the camera about yourself?
Scott Budnick, movie producer, spent 14 years making The Hangover and Project X and a bunch of stupid shit. Went into juvenile hall, met a bunch of incarcerated kids, and started doing this. And here we are, still making movies, but doing this is what kind of feeds my soul.
And what's the group that you work with predominantly? Like you have a recidivism.
ARC.
Right?
So ARC. Organization I started. So after I was making comedies, then I did that, and now I'm back in the movie business making movies, but I'm still on the board of ARC and doing this kind of work.
We were supposed to have a meeting
on Friday, and I got evacuated.
That was like I didn't even realize that you were doing this thing. We were supposed to have this meeting, and I thought it was like a regular, sometimes producers and stuff like that hit me up. And then Caroline was like, oh, I was doing some research on like incarcerated firefighters, like where to donate and whatnot, because it's something that we talk about quite a bit.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, there's this guy, Scott Budnick. And I was like, I know this name. Where do I know? It's like, oh my God.
Like, you figured this out?
Yeah, she's the one.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a second, that's crazy that these two things intersected.
We actually have a mutual.
What's going on, man? Kimbo, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Hassan,
So
nice
I
to meet
saw,
you.
it's like, oh, this guy. Okay, I think we gotta connect with them.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Kimbo right here.
Kimbo, you're on Twitch.
What's up with it? How's it going?
So, from what
You
we
guys
understand, Scott was telling us, Scott was giving us the lay of land here.
Okay.
So you're originally from Juvie, right?
Or, no, I'm a youth offender.
You're a
I
youth
caught my
offender.
case at 18.
All the red caps here, in particular, if you can show right there, they're all from. Are you guys all from the same correctional facility?
Yeah, we're all from Growlersburg Fire Camp.
Okay.
We're the Wild Peak Crews.
Okay.
The
So
crews here right now.
these guys went in as juvenile offenders. From what I understand, there's also there's a lot of restrictions in terms of who can do this kind of firefighting as an incarcerated individual. But for you guys, there's a additional opportunity, right? Like even if you went in as a violent offender, if you went into a juvenile facility, you still have the ability to come and get training. What are the benefits of doing something like this?
Okay, we got violent crime, so we got sentenced to a longer time.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to go to high level security yards, real serious stuff going down, real dangerous yards. But with this opportunity with Scott Budnick, he let the guys that got caught up at 18 not have to go do time with like OG lifers and all that. So we got an opportunity to come to fire camp and we get time cuts, so time off our sentence, a bunch of time off our sentence. We're like the highest paid inmates in the whole system.
What's the pay though? It's still pretty low, right?
Yeah, it's still low. I think I get like $180 a month.
That's crazy.
They give you extra when it's during.
$180 a month. Gee, I hate this fucking country.
Yeah.
Hey man,
All right.
It's pretty fucked up of us.
I got 17 cents an hour when I was on state-sponsored timeout.
That's insane. Like
It's definitely pretty fucked up of us to be like, slavery bad, except.
Yeah, except for if you broke one of these manufactured things we came up with. Like
Most of which are meant to target the people who are already slaves in the first place.
Yep. I just had to pause on that because that every time I hear that number, $180 a month to spend 24 hours on, 24 hours off fighting
and maybe
wildfires.
not even be able to like take that training out into the real world.
Oh, that's one thing they talk about in this is the majority of them can't become firefighters after this because they have something on their record.
Which is fucked.
So we're training people, we're paying them nothing, and then we're sending them into the real world with a skill they can't use. Like, it's so fucked up. And people don't even know about it. Like, I didn't know this. I had no idea the majority of the people fighting, or not the majority, but over 30% of the people fighting the fires were incarcerated. I would have never known if it wasn't for Hassan. I had no idea.
I feel like I did, but it wasn't at the forefront of my mind, for sure.
I knew there was some. I never knew it was that high of a number. Oh. Nick, you got anything you want to add in before we go back?
No.
What's wrong with you?
Huh?
What's wrong with you?
My boss is texting me while we're talking.
Oh.
My boss also stays up late night with the ADHD, so.
Well, I'm aware that it's not common knowledge. I'm just insanely online.
Oh yeah, no, I am. Like, what's the term for somebody who's too much online? Chronically online. Yeah, that's me. I am chronically online, and I am full on brain broke. So
I have no grass pills. I'm anti-grass pill.
All right, back
Dude,
to
I got a wind chill of like -7 outside.
Fuck that.
I ain't going outside.
It's 37 degrees here, and I only go outside to take my dog out.
It was last night when I was on shift. It was 6 degrees, and I had a wind chill of -12.
Fuck that. Fuck all of that. The negatives I can't do. I'm not.
I let my dog out. I let my dog out like an hour before the stream. I opened the door. He looked at me, looked outside and looked at me, and I sent him outside. He took 2 steps out the door, went to the bathroom where he is not allowed to go to the bathroom, and turned right around and came in. And I went, acceptable variance from the rules. Acceptable.
Listen,
acceptable.
I have a husky.
Living his best life. Or her best life.
He's an old senior husky. He's quiet at least, but like he loves this, and I do not.
My lab pit likes to go out in the cold, and then as soon as he's ready to come in, you just hear nonstop barking.
I will literally. We don't even have a fenced-in yard, so it's not like we can like let him out and like just let him roam the yard. we have to physically take him out. And he he will pretend he needs to go to the bathroom by just breathing really heavily on you for like 10 minutes until you're like, fine, I'll take you out. And then he'll just be like, okay, I'm just out here to eat snow, by the way. And I'm like, you motherfucker, I put on 3 layers to take you out and I am still freezing my ass off. We are going back inside.
You know, if you put on a protective layer of fat, like some of us, you wouldn't be that cold with 3 layers on.
I'm getting rid of my extra fat. I don't know what you're talking about.
I used to be so big I could walk around in shorts in year round.
You live in the South, hillbilly.
Oh, dude, it gets cold down here now. Climate change is real, okay?
How cold?
Okay, it's not that. I told you it wasn't that. I point blank said negatives are not for me. I'd say the coldest it's got here in the last couple of years was, there was like one night it got into
it's
like
30 degrees where you are. Shut up.
I said that. I said that.
Right now, here where I live, according to my little app on my Stream Deck, it is 3.1 degrees Fahrenheit.
Nope. No.
Hey, Coco.
Nope. Absolutely not. Nope. Coco.
What's good?
You're
gonna crack a cold one with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank God.
We can also hear fucking classic rock, the Eagles.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I was about to say, gotta have to cut you off on that because the YouTube might strike us.
Ah, shit. Come on, turn off.
Only YouTube though. Twitch is better about it. Like, it'll tell you that there's a copyright in it, but it'll leave the motherfucker up.
I got one of those like little Game Boys from China that like have a bunch of like old video games like already loaded on them. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I got
I
one
can
for
show
one of my
you.
partners a couple
One of these.
Christmases ago. Yep.
Yeah,
Same
of
one.
these. Yeah, this thing like
Thanks.
carries like a shit ton of music too that you can listen to while you're fucking playing Sonic the Hedgehog. It's cool. I like it.
I kind of want one, but only with Pokemon games on it.
I got all the Pokemon games on mine. They're fun.
Never ever got into Pokemon.
Oh, I don't want any other games, just Pokemon.
Who am I talking to? Who's all here?
Vi.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
I don't know if you two have met before. Have you met before?
I don't think we have.
Nope, I'm Coco. It's nice to meet you.
I was in the chat yesterday. I tried to join and I roboted out, and it was hilarious. And I listened back to it, and it was very funny sounding. Still have no idea why that happened at all.
It's probably how fucking cold it is there.
Your internet was probably frozen. That's the thing that happened,
My
right?
phone data, but also like I couldn't watch you on Twitch last night at all because every like 3 or 4 seconds it would like lag out, and so I could only catch about a third of what you were saying. But YouTube was fine. I have no idea.
I wonder. We might need to republish the VOD so we can go back and watch it and see if it was acting up or if it was just Twitch was overloading you. Because I know YouTube takes less data when you're actually streaming it than Twitch.
Yeah, I don't know. It was nuts. Like it was unwatchable on Twitch for me. So I just stayed in the YouTube chat all by my lonesome.
Dude, YouTube chat scares me. I'll be honest with you. I've never been able to get comfortable in a YouTube chat. Twitch is the only place I've ever felt like I can actually chat with people.
Are we on YouTube right now? Because someone told me that we were on YouTube last night. I had no choice. Huh?
Coco, we were on YouTube and Twitch last night, and if you want to go back and watch yourself, it's fully uploaded on YouTube, and you can go back and watch it anytime.
Oh yeah, you were Liddy. You were Liddy as fuck.
I said, Coco, not only are you live right now, this is going to live on the internet forever. And you giggled about it. Yes.
At one point, you held up what looked like a bunch of beer cans, and you were like, "Can anybody count to 6? Because that's how many I've had."
The look on your face. For the record, we all had a blast. You were hitting. Like,
yeah, it was great.
Oh, yeah. By no means am I saying this is a bad thing. It was hilarious.
No, it's cool. Like I like processed. I had fucking like 50 fucking DMs this morning about that shit.
Somebody
like,
asked you if you had a towel on your head, and you were like, "It's a blanket."
Oh.
Also, we straight up roasted Andy over the fact that they call chicken sandwiches chicken burgers.
Yep, I remember that.
I don't remember that. What? Oh no,
What is fun, dude?
I woke up fucking still wasted this morning. Like it took me till like probably 1 p.m. to finally not feel like nauseous and woozy. Well, I shouldn't say I never, but I rarely drink like that. I was
That's why
not
you drink
well.
water in between drinks.
Well, I was drinking water, but I was throwing back these fucking IPAs.
You were ripping. You were ripping.
But the crazy thing is, I can remember all that, but I remember at one point Nick was like, "DM me about that after you're off work," and I was like, "It's literally like 10 hours until I work, but whatever." And I can't remember for the life of me what it was that you wanted me to DM you about, and I couldn't find it in the VOD, so I was just like, "Well, fuck it. I guess it wasn't important or something."
It's lost to the ether.
Hi chat. Hi chat. Oh my god, I'm just seeing all of these people in the chat. I didn't realize that I can do that. Hi. I see
Yeah,
you
we're
all.
currently hanging out with 20 nerds. So
What? Oh my god, I'm so not self-aware right now.
Oh, last night we had an average of about 50, I think.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I mean, Christian's like, this is way more people than I expected. I'm like, everyone's crashing out right now. Like, this is gonna be a different one than normal.
Speaking of, are you going to go back to TikTok lives at all?
So earlier I told Christian this because says TikTok lives are off right now. I actually was able to go live earlier because I saw these comments like TikTok live's not working. But I've seen so much crazy propaganda. I'm like, let me just check. So I went live. I was live for a minute, maybe less. I just checked to see if it worked. And I didn't get anyone in there. I don't know if that's noteworthy. But then I actually have my tripod set up. So I could have I was literally like, if my computer camera's here, the phone was going to be like this, and I was going to stream all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't go live. So will I? Yes. Do I trust that? Do I trust that platform anymore? Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
But I also like, I'm going
to
squeeze what I can out of that platform, you know?
I mean, at this point, I think everybody just needs to use their platform over there to move people to these platforms. Just be like, look, they're going to take it from us again. We need to be prepared. We need to get everybody to the other platforms.
It's a great tool for discoverability. It's like invaluable for discoverability, but I think I'm going to just use it to be discovered and then move people.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it is a fucking format that has half of the American populace on it, I can't give it up. But if it goes the way I think it's going to go, I don't know that it's going to keep half the American populace.
Mm-hmm.
Divide, yeah, that's what I heard. But again, it worked for me earlier. I went live while I was giving geckos water.
Oh, also, I forgot to tell you this, Nick. I figured out how to go live from your phone on Restream.
That would be nice. Oh, that would be nice.
But it's only in vertical camera. You can't do it side camera. So it would only be like you're looking at the screen share right now. It would just be this cut in half, and there would be black on each side. I mean, it's doable for like if the computer's not charged and you don't want to take the hassle of you can literally go to restream.com, do the same shit we're doing here, just do it in phone view. I went live last night using it.
I feel like you guys are talking a different language. I don't understand what you just
If it makes you feel any better, Coco, so do I.
You should have seen me trying to teach him OBS. Like, just show him what OBS was. Thank God.
You said OBS earlier, and I thought you were talking about like a stomach issue. I was
OBS is literally open broadcast software. It's an open source software for streaming.
That makes sense.
Nerds.
Yeah, and we're currently just on the Restream platform, which I've never used other than to send my OBS to Restream to then send out to both.
The chat has requested that we watch Hassan Thirst Traps, and I'm like down for that.
That was way earlier though.
Did you scroll?
Yeah, you got to scroll it up. Scroll it all the way, like push down, and the very top is the top newest one.
That was like at the beginning of the stream.
So Coco,
why is it fucking backwards? Like, why is no one doing the same shit? Like, why are we going up instead of down? Like, what? Who does that?
So this is what happens. So the chat, if you look on this, what we're actually watching, the chat drops from the top and it moves down. So it's the reason it's over there on. Yeah.
Okay, well now I'm here, guys. I've arrived to the party. Thanks.
But yeah, I use OBS, and I can multi-stream with SE Live, which is a plugin for OBS. and it's free, and I can just stream wherever I want, but I don't get all the fancy like moving my I have to personally move my cameras around on my canvas and all of that, so it's not as fancy as Restream, but it's free.
This is the free version we're on right now.
Yeah, but you have like the little thing at the top that says Restream, and it's like,
yeah, I spent the 10 extra bucks to get the base version. I think it takes the logo away and it gives you can have 10 people up instead of 6.
I also put a lot of work previously into my whole setup, and so it looks really nice, and so I don't want that to go away.
Oh no, I figured out earlier because I tried to restream gaming. This is not the one for gaming. You have to be on OBS to game, and this is basically just for what we're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, what was that?
Like I tried to play Marvel Rivals, and it was like I'm at 260 frames, and the shit's capped at 30 at 720p. I'm like, oh, we're fucked. It's not gonna work.
So I need to tell you all this so you know, because it seems like I know what I'm doing here. If any of you have seen the movie Zoolander, when they're talking about the files being in the computer and they're like, like it's fucking like that's me with technology. That's me with technology.
I think I put it really well yesterday when I said old man screams at camera.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man, I hate technology.
Speaking of screaming at the screen, the other night when GT went live and he's like, I think we can do this and this. And I'm like, I know we fucking can. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. Just motherfucker.
Like, I'm just waiting for you to catch up.
I love
that was me yesterday at Nick. 100%. He's like, this might be user error. I'm like, it is.
100%.
It is. We'll figure it out later, but it is.
I'm always like 45 minutes behind on like this technology stuff, but I swear GT's like light years behind us. He doesn't.
I love Grandpa, but Grandpa knows how to use the phone, and he barely knew how to use that. So it's going to take some work.
His mind is probably like so fucking quiet and clear and peaceful compared to ours.
Not a chance.
His mind is as quiet and clear as his skin.
Exactly.
I will. All right. So I got to tell you guys this, like, because I hear everyone make fun of GTs. I hear everyone make fun of GT's technology. And I'm like, I'm 10 years older than GT. He can't be worse than me.
No, you're not. There's no way you're 10 years older than GT.
Yeah, I am.
What the fuck?
Coco, allow me to say something not PC here. Unproblematic whites age well.
That's fucking blowing my goddamn mind.
True though.
Yeah, I'm almost 50, Coco.
I still get carded.
I need whatever the fuck you've been drinking. That's
I still get carded, but I
Bro,
also
I'm bald at 25.
Sugar-free iced tea.
Anyways, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What did you say, Christian?
I said I went bald at 25, so I'm starting to think this whole logic ain't working out here. Okay.
Christian, you look young as shit. You're just bald.
That's true. I knew a kid who was going bald at 12 in one of my classes.
My best friend did that. My best friend was like that.
It just means you're high T.
Is that really what it means?
Yes.
It's just high testosterone, dude.
Yep.
It's also probably why you're a whore.
Oh, I'm 100% believe that. Literally earlier, Nick goes, I got rid of all my meta stuff, but I have to use some of it for work. And I'm over here going, no, I kept it because I'm a whore. Like that's why I have Facebook. Okay.
Yep. What was I gonna say? Oh, me being 10 years older than GT. That's what I was gonna say. And I'm like, he can't be worse than me. But I always think people don't like me. Thank you. That's a gift from my mother. And I keep saying to Christian, I'm like, I don't think GT likes me. And he's like, no. I'm like, I DM him, I this. He's like, no, it's just him. And then Katie, who I believe is in here and about to tell me that she was right and I was wrong, told me that GT follows me on Instagram. I'm like, no, he doesn't. And I went and looked. I'm like, holy shit, he does. Because in my brain, I'm like, this man doesn't like me because he never responds. And apparently he's just like, that's too much.
Dude, I'm his mod who runs his Discord and he doesn't respond. It's just GT. It's just GT.
100%.
Gladiator, GT also looks young for his age. He does.
No, Grandpa's old. Don't you go out here glazing GT. He's still old, okay?
He's not here. He doesn't know. He's not here. He doesn't know.
This will get back to him.
I still
Who's
get
going to tell
carded.
him, Christian? He doesn't listen to any of us, and he doesn't read our DMs. We just covered that. The only way I can get back to him, Christian, is you. So shut your whore mouth, and we're fine.
I still get carded. I still, I actually once got carded when a friend of mine who looked like a literal fucking 12-year-old didn't get carded. I'm like, the metal in my face isn't enough. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know how long it takes to get this pierced? Astounding. I also, like, back when I was streaming very regularly, which I'm getting back to, I had this one person, I was talking about trans issues in my stream, you know, while I'm gaming, like I do. And this person came in all like, trans people shouldn't transition until they're 26, because then your brain's finally done cooking. And I'd been talking about how I wanted to get top surgery. And I was like, dude, I've already gotten bottom surgery. So like, or a kind of bottom surgery. So like, I'm already past one of the goalposts of your surgery claim. Two, I was like 28 or 29 at the time. And they were like, what? I was like, yeah, dude, I'm well past my brain fully cooked, unfortunately.
Bro, I haven't been carded since I was, 17.
Dude, I get carded still. It's so fucking annoying.
Dude, my 17-year-old ass used to walk into the gas station, let me get a pack of Camel Menthols and a 6-pack of Bud Light, and I'd go put it on the damn and walk right out with it. Like,
You know when I didn't get carded? This is like one time. I'm not saying that in a weird braggy way. On my 21st birthday, I wanted to be classy. I didn't want to do the like club thing that I thought was not cool at the time, which now I wish I would have at that time. Anyhow, on my 21st birthday, we went to this really nice fancy restaurant. I ordered a fancy little cocktail and was like ready with my card because it was my birthday that day for them to like card me. They just like dropped it on my table and left. I was like, wait a minute, this is like supposed to be the experience. What the hell?
I actually recently got carded. I was in a grocery store with one of my boyfriends, and they were giving out like the Smirnoff Ice samples.
Ooh.
And so they'd card you if you were, you looked young or whatever. And so we go up to there because I'm like, yeah, fuck it, let's do a shot of Smirnoff Ice while we're here grocery shopping. Why not? That sounds lit. And so they just hand one over to my boyfriend, and then they look at me and they look me up and down and they go, "Can I see your card?" And I was like, first of all, yes, you may. Second of all, thank you. Third of all, what do you think of my boyfriend right now?
Right?
Like, we were very clearly coupley. I was all over him. We were like arm in arm and kissy facing because we're cute like that. What must you think?
Maybe they just thought he was a creepy old man.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, I feel insulted on your behalf.
So,
oh, go ahead.
No.
Before you go, Nick, I have to tell Coco my 21st because she brought it up. My 21st, I spent with 3 triple stacks of some fun stuff. Drank till I could.
You were in low Earth orbit.
Yeah, 3 triple stacks. I drank till I couldn't see straight. I went to a bar called Livewire to see Jeff Hardy, the pro wrestler, perform his music live. And I took a shot with him, and they sang me happy birthday in the bar because there was like maybe 100 people in there. And then we went outside to go to leave. Before we left, we were going to smoke some devil's lettuce. So we rolled up in the car, and that's when the cops decided to show up and bust us in the car. I've just had the best night of my life almost, right? They bust us in the car, and the cop comes to my window, and he knocks on it, and I roll the window down, and the smoke punches him in the face. And the motherfucker looks at me, I look at him, I said, yes, you can search the car.
Oh,
and
no.
They get in, they search the car, there's nothing, because all we had was what we were smoking. There's nothing in the car. They're searching it, they're going through this whole thing. And at the end of it, the cop looks at me, and he goes, if it wasn't your 21st birthday, I'd be taking you to jail right now. I said, you tell me I'm not going to fucking jail right now? And he giggled, and he said, where are you going? I said, home. He goes, that was the right answer. They left, got in the car. We went to the next bar. We left to go into another bar, and we left there and went to another bar.
Oh, shit.
Before the night was over, I took my last shot of the night. I went up to the bartender, who's a great friend of mine, loved her to death. But I came up to her. I said, I need something to send me over the edge, like take me away from reality shot. She goes, you want it hot or cold? I said, hot. There's where I fucked up. February 3rd is my birthday. It was 30 degrees outside. I took a hot shot of Wild Turkey 101 to end my night.
God
I walked out the door. The cold hit me. It was over. I was puking. I was out.
Everywhere.
Oh my God. The girl that my ex at the time, she just happened to be at the bar and saw me and was literally like, get in my car. Like, I'm taking you home. Like, almost to the point of like, do you know the car straps they use on trailers?
Yep.
She used those on me. She put me in my bed sideways and she
Fucking
strapped
lie
me down.
Lie down.
Yes. Yes. So I wouldn't puke on myself and kill myself. Yes.
I have
This is
another
a true story.
that one's so fucking good. I have one, but did you want to go, Gecko?
So what the fuck was I lost what I was going to say because that's how my brain works.
Because you're old.
Yes, I've always been this way.
I'm kidding. No, I'm so that way too. It's ADHD brain.
So what I was going to say is I was going to say this when Christian said that he stopped getting carded when he got bald. So I don't know. You guys can all see how gray my facial hair is.
Mm-hmm.
It grew in this way when I was 15.
Damn.
It grew in gray.
Interesting.
I never got carded. All of my friends, my older friends, always sent me in to buy booze. And the one time I was not allowed to buy booze, the one time in my entire life where I was blocked from buying booze, I go up to the counter, I put down the 2 24-packs, and the guy goes, how's your day going, man? And I'm like, and of course I try and drop my voice a little bit. You know what I mean? I'll try and like stuff it down a little bit. And I'm like, I'm doing pretty good, man. How about you? My voice just felt and he goes, I'm going to need to see some ID. And I just turned and left. I just walked out. I didn't run, thankfully. I just turned and just left.
Oh my
Dude, well, it wasn't me going bald that made it where I could stop getting ID'd. I don't know what happened, but around like 15, 16, I could walk into the tobacco market around here and just get cigs. Left there, and I started going to the gas station. I take it back. I now remember why. So the tobacco market was run by people who just didn't give a fuck. And the gas station I first went to did not get carded, was run by a man who would sell you a white powdery substance out of the back if you gave him the right look. Like, it was one of those places. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
But, I mean, 17 was when the year I could literally go to, like, any gas station and walk in and get beer. And like you said, as long as you just act normal, they don't give a fuck. They're not going to ID you. Now, you walk up there and you do a nick and you just, hi! Like, you're fucked.
I will never forget. How about you? Just
all right.
I didn't think if you'd only gave the acknowledgement nod, you would have been fine.
If I just broed him up and been like, what's up? I would have been fine.
Dude, I'm that cunt that goes into the gas station with my AirPods in and just like, hey, how you doing? And then right back to what I don't pay you.
I don't know if you know this, Christian. There were no AirPods when I was 15.
You could have had a Walkman on you.
So y'all talked about your 21st. My 21st beats y'all out in how sad it was.
Oh no.
I was dating somebody who was incredibly abusive and a piece of shit.
Damn.
All I wanted was to go out for one drink at the bar around the corner with him. And then I had ice cream cake that I bought. We were inviting I was supposed to be inviting some friends over, and I had an ice cream cake. And so I find out that day that not only is none of my friends coming and my ice cream cake does not fit in the freezer, but also that instead of joining me, my boyfriend decided to join my friends who weren't coming.
Oh my gosh.
And so I sat alone in the bar crying until an older gentleman offered to buy me a single drink of my choice because it was my 21st birthday and I was all alone.
Damn. Damn.
I'm not with that guy anymore, thank fuck. And I dumped most of those friends too. So, yeah. And on that note, I actually gotta go.
No, you can't do us like that. That's impossible.
Hold on. Okay.
You can't hit me with like depression and then dip. Like, you gotta give me something more.
Damn.
I can't give you what I'd normally give you because you're gay, and also this isn't the platform for that.
What's happening?
First of all, ma'am, I'm pan, and second of all,
Not ma'am.
Oh, my bad.
I don't
What
even
is it again?
care if it's miss, just not ma'am.
What is it? That's the
Sir.
Southern in me. That's the Southern in me. I can't help it. Okay.
Sir, if anything.
What's happening?
All
Can
right.
you guys hear me?
Sir, I'm
What the
Pan,
fuck?
so I
Yes.
do not care.
Yes, we
What
can hear
is
you.
happening?
See, also, I would like to point out to
I've
everybody in
lost
chat,
sound.
that's how that's supposed to go. You might have to like leave
What
and come
the
back.
fuck?
You might have to kick her, Nick, and have her come back.
Can you hear me?
All
But
right,
Give me a thumbs up. Can you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you.
I can't hear you. What do I do? I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna come back. Okay? I'll be right back.
Yep.
What I was going to say for the chat, though,
Yes,
real
that
quick.
is how that's supposed to go. It's a quick
Yeah.
correction, quick.
Yeah,
easy,
you're not.
easy.
I had to have this conversation with a couple guys that I was like, who were in the frats that I used to party with, and it's literally like, because I had a buddy of mine tell me, he goes, it's just so rude when I accidentally do it and they say something like, yeah, well, if someone accidentally calls you the wrong name, don't you correct them? It's that simple. Like,
And honestly, I wouldn't have corrected you if it was anything but ma'am. I hate that one specifically because I'm like, I'm not ma'am age. All right, I'm not an old crone. I ain't a grandma.
it is
And a grandmammy.
built into the Southern in me that I like
I hate
every
it.
single
I
person.
hate it.
Yes, sir. Yes,
More
ma'am.
than
That-
being gendered any other way, ma'am. Mm.
All right, so I need to tell a story about the ma'am thing. If anyone here knows Chicago, there's a big, like functionally like a mini highway that goes along Lake Michigan called Lakeshore Drive, and it's the fastest street in Chicago, speed limit wise. And I'm driving down Lakeshore Drive, and I'm doing 55, 60 miles an hour, and there's not that much traffic. And there is a car that is like in the left lane, and I'm in the right lane, and it is packed with cute girls. And they're trying to catch up to me, and I'm like, well, like I'm trying to maneuver, but there's people behind me. I'm like, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Car full of cute girls trying to look at me. And we wind up at a stoplight together, and they roll their window down, and I'm like, thank you, Jesus. And I unroll my window down, and I go, what's up? And the girl riding shotgun goes, excuse me, sir, can you tell us how to get to 657 West Lake?
Aww.
And I go, yep, follow me. And they look at me. I'm like, I'm going to drive right past 657 West Lake. I will point out the window when we get there. And they were like, oh my God, thank you so much. So I drive right past 657 West Lake. I point at the building. I park in the employee lot. I go through the back door. I get in. I go to the front door. I'm there for 20 minutes, and I check these girls' IDs, and every single one of them is older than me. And they still, excuse me, sir. It was the first time I was called sir, other than when like people call kids like 5-year-old sir as a joke. Oh my God, it killed me.
I started doing a thing. Oh, there's some background noise.
Yeah, Coco, you're still having problems.
Coco, I muted you because of the background noise, but I don't see you yet.
Yeah. Sorry, Coco. I was gonna say I've done this thing, and I came from my dad. I call everyone boss. So I'm like, "What's up, boss?" I just that's my default most of the time when I don't know somebody. And then my default, because of my grandmother, is the ma'am, yes sir, yes ma'am. I do it to even people that are like I can't tell if they're older or not. If they did something like hold a door for me, like thank you, sir.
I have a lot of trouble around like dude and bro.
Bro
which
is
is normally a Californian thing, so I don't know why I picked it up, but like it's like default language for me, and you know, so I know quite a few trans femmes who are like, I don't know, I'm like, I'm so sorry, I swear, I sometimes I'm like, dude, gender neutral, dude.
That's see, because I do have a problem with bro. Like I've literally, there was a group chat I was in not too long ago actually. That somebody was like, "Don't call me bro," and I was like, I call everybody bro. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. Like it doesn't mean a gender. It just I'm sorry. I don't
Well,
know.
that's why I throw in the gender neutral dude.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start adding that.
Like then they know that I'm not being intentional, and they usually laugh, and so it's like fine.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm gonna go
Lord.
though. Do you mind if I plug myself real quick before I go? Because I gotta skedaddle. Go for it.
If you want, post in the chat. I'll pin your comment real quick. So
Oh
they
yeah,
can...
yeah. So hi, I'm Valentine, ex Valentine on here and YouTube and almost everywhere else, but then sometimes just Valentine, depending on whether or not my handle was taken. It's been lovely seeing you. You'll see me around, surely, if you come around Nick's streams often enough. I'm going to post my socials after I leave, but it's been lovely being here with everyone.
It was so nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
This
See
was
you soon,
fun.
friend. All right. So if I talk about something here that I'm not supposed to talk about, Christian, cut me off. So the year before I started dating my wife, when I was fucking out of hand, I don't know how far I can say shit on this app. So I'm going to be a little safe. I was employed as a street pharmacist, if you know what I'm saying. And
you can say that.
Okay, cool. So I was employed as a street pharmacist. That's what I was doing for a living.
No, you can say I was a drug dealer at one point.
That's fine. I've always called it a street pharmacist.
Okay, I'm just double checking. You know, okay. Good.
Most of my customers were self-medicating. So, but that lets me know how far I can go with the rest of it. So perfect. So I'm at my apartment and I'm getting ready to go out on Saturday night. And my 25th birthday was on a Saturday. Because we all know like your birthday's on a Tuesday, but my birthday was on a Saturday. I was fucking hype. I was just ready. And a buddy of mine calls me and goes, "Hey, can I swing by?" And I'm like, "Yeah, of course you can swing by." So he comes by my place and he comes in and he's talking to me and he's like, "Hey, you know, man, like I've been a little tight recently and I know I owe you some money." And I thought he was like apologizing for owing me. I'm like, "Dude, I'm not worried about it. You're fine. You're fine." And he's like, No. I had to come up and I'm going to give you a present that's like what I owe you plus your present. And when someone says that, you're like, I don't think so. and I just look at him and he pulls out one of those pound Ziploc bags.
Oh shit.
Full. When I say full, I mean full.
Stuffed.
Of mushrooms.
Oh.
We do not encourage this, chat. We're just talking about a story. We do not encourage.
I'm telling you what I did 20-some years ago. I'm not saying I do it now. This is a comedic story about my youth. And
go on.
And I look at him and he just hands me the bag. I'm like, "So this is your debt plus my birthday present." And he's like, "If that's cool." And I was like, "I hope you borrow your money from me every month."
Oh my gosh.
I snuck the entire Ziploc into the nightclub.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm giving it away because of course we're all hanging out with our friend Molly, right? So I'm giving it away the way you give away candy when you're hanging out with Molly. I'm like bing, 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 bing. And
am I gone?
No, I just turned off the stream. They can change how the layout is real quick.
He turned off the YouTube real quick.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're good.
So if you want to, Nick, though, I would recommend change the layout real quick though, because it's got you like zoomed in.
Oh, word. There we go. Let's do this one. I like this.
Perfect.
My camera for some reason just completely stopped working, so I don't know what's going on there. But
if you just hit the camera button, it'll just give you your avatar instead. Here you go.
Oh, like that? Cool.
Yep.
Go ahead.
You're good. Sorry. So at one point, you're good. You're totally good. So at one point, I wind up sitting crisscross applesauce in the middle of the dance floor.
Fucking vibing.
Just eating like they're potato chips.
Oh no.
Looking at the DJ.
Oh no.
And my buddy, who's a security guard at this bar, who is 6'6" and 350 if he's anything, walks over and looks at me, and I'm saying this because it's exactly the way he said it. He goes, "Piggy, what the fuck are you doing, white boy?" And I look up at him and I go, "Oh no." And he's like, "Yeah, oh no." And I'm like, "I didn't share." And I grab a giant,
oh no,
and just close it in his hand and pat him on the butt to send him away.
Have a nice trip.
And I mean,
oh no.
And he just
I love
leaves.
that. That's
he
amazing.
just leaves. And I'm doing my thing and I'm having fun and everyone's raging. And we are all in low Earth orbit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then the prettiest girl that ever hit on me in a bar is hitting on me at my birthday. And I did see that girl afterwards when I was sober, and I still maintain she's the prettiest girl that ever hit on me in a bar. And she's talking to me, and she's like, "Do you want to get out of here?" And I was like, "Yeah, uh-huh." And she's like, "All right, let's go." And I said, "I just need 1 second." And she goes, "Okay." And I go, "All right, I'm good."
Oh my goodness.
And she's like, "What was that?" I'm like, "There's been shit floating in the air for hours, and I wanted to see what happened if I touched it." Ruined my chances. She just walked away.
Oh no.
I later learned that the only intoxicant she did was vodka, so we were not a match made in heaven.
Girls on vodka's that's an experience.
So we finished the evening. We closed out the bar. By the way, on Saturday nights in Chicago, bars close at 5 a.m. I've been there for 6 or 7 hours.
Oh, shit.
6 or 7 hours. And I used to wear my goatee like down to like here. I wore it long.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm walking out, and the head of security at this bar was a 5'2" Filipino woman, my friend Prima. And as I'm walking out, I'm saying goodbye to everybody. Prima's hand just goes like this and pulls me in. And I'm looking at her like this. And she's like, "What day is it?" I'm like, "It's Saturday." And she's like, "What's the date?" And I tell her the date. And she goes, "When's your birthday?" And I tell her the date. And she goes, "So today's your birthday?" And I go, "I'm 25 today." And she goes, "You wouldn't happen to know anything about why my entire security staff is high right now, would you?" And I'm like this. And I go, no, ma'am.
You are a fucking menace.
She looks at me, and she looks down, and she looks at me, and she goes, "Why are there mushroom crumbs on your shirt?"
This is why we're friends, Nick.
And I went, "I don't know." And she's like, "That's the first honest thing you've said, because right now you don't know a goddamn thing."
Gosh.
An hour later, she shows up to the after hours. She walks up to me and goes, "I have smaller hands, but where's my handful?" I'm like, "Yes, ma'am."
Nice.
She's like, "Don't you ever do that in my bar again. Do you know how hard it was for us to close?"
Oh my word.
The only story I have even kind of similar to that is when my favorite bar was shutting down. I knew all the bartenders. I knew all the people that worked there. I used to do White Girl with every single one of them. Like it was a great place. The bartenders there, if you went in them, and I was not there, and you just get it. What is Christian Falcone's favorite drink? They would literally go something strong. They would just that's all he wants. Just something strong.
That's so legit. So legit.
So the bar was closing. We knew it was going down. It was the last night it's ever going to be open. And I was like, okay, fine. I'm going to stay. I'm going to party with him all night long. And like you said, bars close late anyway. So it'd be like 4 a.m. It was going to be the last time they close out. Everybody leaves. And then we had to stay behind because we have to drink all the alcohol. It can't be moved. It can't go anywhere else. We have to drink it. So anything left over at the end of the night, there's going to be about 20 people at this bar. They're going to stay over, and we're going to drink it all. We're not leaving this place till the alcohol is done. 11 a.m. showed up, and we finally finished what was left.
Oh my God.
When I tell you, okay, I don't advocate what I'm about to say, and I haven't done it since, and I do not do this.
Again, purposes only. Go ahead.
But no, this is not educational. Do not fucking do this. It's 11 a.m. It finally hits. I get a text from the girl I've been talking to. She's like, "Hey, I'm about to pull up at your house." She thinks I've been home the entire time. I never mentioned that I was going to the bar. So I get a text like, "Hey, I'm about to pull up your house in like 20 minutes. My house is 5 minutes away." I had a decision to make. Do I get in a fight when I'm this drunk? Or I go home? Now, this was a bad decision. I admit. I should have just gotten a fight. I should have just gotten an argument, probably break up with her. But I made a bad decision. So I got in my truck and I sat there. And I looked at myself in the mirror thing, and I was like, "You need more White Girl." So I did that real quick, and I went to turn my truck on, and my buddy jumps in the truck with me, looks me in my eyes, and he goes, "You can't drive." I said, "Yeah, I can." He goes, "No, you can't." I said, "You drive." He goes, "Oh, I can't drive either, but you definitely can't fucking drive." I was like, "Okay." He closed the door. He's like, "We're gonna have a conversation." I put that bitch in reverse, and we went to my house. I was like, "You're staying with me, broski. Like you can't. I'm not letting you drive, and I got this. Like I just did enough to knock a motherfucking rhino down. We got this. We're getting home.
Oh my
We got
god.
home perfectly fine. Don't get me wrong. Don't recommend any of this. We got home perfectly fine. I've never done it since because I realized how stupid of a moment it was. But
Moment.
But is that look? I'm not justifying it, but in my drunk, like really, really drunk mind,
Dude, the brain plays tricks on you.
in my head, I was like, it's 5 minutes away,
I
and
got
the
this.
only person that telling me I can't go and I shouldn't drive looks 10 times worse than me. So fuck it, I'm going.
All right, I've got some coca lore.
Oh no! Hey, remember this is on the internet forever.
I know, but fuck it, I was drunk on the internet last night, so
You weren't bad on the internet last night.
I feel like I was so bad, but it's okay.
You weren't.
I'm okay.
I would tell you.
Okay.
I would. I'd be laughing while I told you. I would tell you. I'd be like,
No,
you won't believe the
this is
shit you did, Coco.
This is
Fucking
perfect.
crash out.
It's a good segue into like this conversation we're having because like
Go for it.
I've known you guys like but just in a like total like superficial, well not superficial but like in a what's the word, that's not the right word, I'm so sorry, that sounded fucking awful. I mean like I've known you on like you guys don't know the lore.
Yeah,
like
that's the point. Yeah,
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Good God, my brain. Okay, let's focus.
it is 1:30 in the morning. It's understandable. Oh, you're not. You're on West Coast. We have got no excuse. You have no excuse.
I am just like this, okay? All right, so my point here is to share what was I talking about? Lore, cocoa lore. Okay, so a little bit of background about me. I was born and raised in California, raised up in like the Los Angeles area as a kid, and was like a theater brat and was in ballet for years and did a bunch of like industry bullshit as a child little actress. And my parents were fucking Jehovah's Witnesses because that was like all the rage and trend as far as cults go in the 80s and 90s. And so on one hand, I had this really fucking like awesome, exciting, worldly like experience as a child, like being around like industry stuff. And then on the other hand, I had this super fucking crazy religious, like sheltered, I don't even know how to explain it, but it was very confusing growing up as a child. So I say that to get to this point. I wasn't allowed to celebrate birthdays because Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate birthdays. And so I got kicked out of the religion. Well, I left the religion. That's a different story for another time. I left the religion, the cult, when I was like 16, 17-ish, and then got kicked out of my house like at 18. And then I had like a 2-year period where I was just fucking trying everything that there was to try in the world because I was like, I'm free. What do I do? I have no boundaries. And
so you had Rumspringa.
I don't know what that is, but yes, I think so.
No way you've never heard the term.
No, I haven't. I'm telling you.
The term is it's what, a year they have in the Amish community that they can leave and go live in the normal world, and they get to decide, do they want to do that or they come back to the religion. If they pick, they don't get to be in the family anymore.
I didn't go back, and I am not a part of the family anymore, guys. I haven't spoken to my family in like 25 years. Like it was real deep for me. But yeah, so I didn't celebrate a birthday till I was 20 years old. And so I'm only on my like 19th birthday now. And so I've since started celebrating birthdays as if like my how do I explain it? My 25th birthday, my husband and his buddies threw me a like princess child party. Like it was all Disney princesses and I got to wear a little crown and I got like a 3-tiered cake. It was like a whole thing. So I'm just like making up for lost time, right? And so let's get to the point. I'm sorry, I'm just yapping here. Which one should I tell you? Because I've had some weird birthdays. We were talking about being drunk, so I'll tell you this one. No, this wasn't even a birthday. This was just a drunk story. Fast forward, I got married, had kids, and good Lord, my brain will not focus. You guys, some of you know this. I went to the other fucking extreme side, and I was a conservative Christian for like a little bit of time, and was a youth pastor. Oh yeah, that's a fucking chapter there. And so when I came out of that bullshit, I did what I did at 19 all over again and started having fun again. And we got invited, me and all my coworkers, to this wine gala, and it was supposed to be this like fun, classy night. We're literally in ball gowns, but it was this wine lounge in our town that had just opened, and there's like this kickoff party. It was a fundraiser, and it was dead of winter in Montana, and I'm in a ball gown. Let's just like paint the picture here. Full on makeup, updo. We're like gonna have a nice, classy girls' night out. I'm a mom of 3 children at this point. I have kids in car seats at home, but I go with my coworkers to this gala, and I don't know what was wrong with these people. They had an open bar of wine, and they did not stop pouring. And I just kept drinking. And at one point was on stage with a glass of wine in one hand, a microphone in the other, singing Push It by Salt and Peppa. And all I can remember from this moment is seeing a dude in the crowd with a camera on recording me. And I stopped like mid-song and was like, "Hey, put your camera away. This isn't for anyone outside of this room." But that night got picked up by my husband. And you talk about regrets with drunk stories. Got picked up by my husband, who had sleeping children in the car because someone called him and said, "Hey, you got to come get her." And he drove me home, opened the door to our family SUV. He's getting the kids out. He comes back to get me, and I'm like almost passed out at this point because I did too much because I'm still trying to learn boundaries as a full grown adult. And I vomit projectile all over the sidewalk. And that would be like a great end to the story, but it was the dead of winter in Montana. And so what happened to that purple vomit?
Froze.
And stayed there for the next 2 months as a reminder of the bad decisions I made that night as a mom.
You didn't make a bad decision as a mom. You weren't parenting in the moment.
That's true. But
Facts. Also, Nick, I think Andy's in the waiting area to come up.
Oh no.
1 second.
Shenanigans.
So, you know how when you're drunk, sometimes you lock onto one phrase and you just keep repeating it?
Yeah.
I was drunk on my 26th birthday. And what the fuck was I going to say? I was drunk on my 26th birthday. Yes. And I started getting sick.
Oh no.
But I kept only throwing up like in a trash can, in a like a sewage drain, and I kept going only in appropriate places. Only in appropriate places. And like we were walking down the street and we were going a little further, and then I'd be like, "Oh, I'm not so good." And they're like, "You got to hold it, buddy." I'm like, "Oh, not so good," because it's really cold the time of year of my birthday. And I'm like, "Ah, not so good," because when you're cold and your stomach's And then we'd pass a trash can and I'd be like, "Ka-chow," like only in appropriate places.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Oh man, my 20s.
Hi, Milkman.
Oh, am I here?
You're in.
Oh, I can't see because of my eyes. I was sitting there for like 5 minutes going, "What's going on about there?" And then I just turns out I am. Hi, everyone.
I can't see because of my eyes. It's fucking funny.
So was someone telling the story then?
We're talking about drunk stories and birthdays.
Okay, well, I've got a story with regards to
the devil's lettuce.
That's the one. That's the one, because I've got to be careful because I'm thinking, hold on, where I am, like I'm not like technically allowed to do it. Anyway, so it was a story about that. So I dabbled with it when I was in college, right? And there's this guy called Dave, and everybody back in the day where we had a mate, Dave. Oh, do you want to get some so and so? Yeah, go and speak to Dave, right? So I had a mate called Dave, and then I stopped doing it, but I kept some of Dave's stuffs, right? And it was in like this tin that I had, and I forgot about it until I was living with this dude. I was renting a room. It turned out he started off as a mate that I was living with, a mate And then I moved out and we hated each other. But anyway, during the time I'm about to tell you, we were mates, right? And it was Christmas time. And it must have been, I left college like when I was like 20. And it must have been a good 5 to 8 years after I left college. So this stuff had been like fermenting. I don't know if it does ferment, getting stronger. Does it go off? I don't know. Right?
It does go off. You probably smoked moldy shit. So keep
going.
going.
Oh my god! It was in a Ziploc bag, right? Now I'm no sniffer dog, right? But it was in an airtight Ziploc bag, which was then put inside a Tupperware tub with like the airlock lid, and I could still smell it out of that. It was mental.
Never mind.
Anyway.
You got some good shit, and you kept it.
Yeah,
you kept it good.
So it was Christmas. It was Christmas.
Thank you.
And my housemate, who owned the house, had gone away to stay over the night at his parents' house for Christmas. And I was like, well, I'm not going to my mum's until tomorrow. It's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Eve. What am I going to do? Oh, fuck it. I'm going to treat myself. I'm going to have a bit of you know what. Now, I didn't have any. Normally, I would make a mix of like, obviously, you get some tobacco and then you make a little mix and then job done. But I had no tobacco. I was like, well, I
want you to know before you go on that mixing it with tobacco is some gangster shit. Because like
Flippy, right?
it really is.
That's what we used to do, right? So it turns out I was some gangster shit.
Because where I'm from, my general, we do the one and then we go to the other. Like I ain't gonna lie to you. Like the way I end a good smoke sesh is with a smoke sesh. Like,
well, there you go.
Literally, my best friend and her husband. Well, I'll let you get back to your story, Andy, but I have to say this really quick. My best friend and her husband had a cigar business for like years in Montana, and we would roll little spliffies like with like really fucking good tobacco and the good stuff. I need to send you pictures of how well I can roll one.
What
I want to repeat real quick, chat. We do not endorse. We are just telling stories of past ideas that we don't do anymore.
The reason why I'm telling the story is I don't condone it with the ending. So yeah. And so that, and I can't roll for shit, right? So I'm there, and I'm like, well, what am I going to do? And I didn't have the specific tool to grind down said stuff. So, and it was like the bud form. So I'm just like smashing it up with like a back of a spoon, right, to try and make it into some kind of like rollable, powdery stuffs. Anyway, got that done. Got myself the big like paper. And I'm rolling it up. Now, I can't do I know I'm not on camera, but you know when you get it done, you've rolled it up and you've left enough to lick. I can't tuck it. I can't do the tuck and roll.
Listen, right? I'm gonna teach you a secret, and this is some inside baseball shit. Okay, if that ever happens again, and you happen to have an old cigarette pack around, you break off the little piece, on the inside, and you roll it up, and you make it a filter.
No, we call that a roach. That means I know how to make a roach, dude. Yeah, I use the pack of the papers are called Rizzler. I just tear off a bit of Rizzler.
Wait a minute, mate. You telling me that you call it a roach?
Yeah, we call it a roach. Yeah.
You know what a roach is here? It's the very end. It's the last little piece, and you have to we'll smoke that, and like I have tweezers to smoke it till the point of it hurts my lips. Like I'm gonna get it all.
Anyway, so I had to get a credit card, right? So to tuck in the roll to make it tight, and then I roll up the credit card, roll up against it, and then you slide out the credit card, and then you got the nice little piece to lick to then close the joint, right? So I've done that.
Andy out here being fancy with this shit. I see you.
Very posh, our pretty
right, so I've done that, and I'm like, right, okay, this is good. It's Christmas Eve, right? Let's go outside, because obviously I'm not going to do it in the house because my housemate would have gone fucking mental, right? So I stood outside. It's Christmas Eve. It's going to be cold, and back then I smoked all the way up until like sort of 4 or 5 years ago, anyway. Right? So I'm outside, and I was like, well, let's have a cigarette to start, right? So I had a normal cigarette to start. It was like fantastic, boom, done. Right, now let's get to the good stuff. And I remember I was leaning on my car on the driveway, and I lit it up, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this smells fucking horrendous. Like, I lived in a small, like, you only came down to drive past my house if you lived in these houses, right? So it's quite enclosed, and the smoke that was coming out of this thing was mental. I was like, oh my God, people are going to notice. And then 5 pulls in, I'm leaning against my car because my knees have gone to jelly. I'm like, this is fucking mental. I can't walk. Some dude, it was like 11:30, maybe close to midnight, Christmas Eve. Right, I thought everybody would be chilling. Now this dude has come round who's walking his dog, one of these houses that lived opposite me. He could smell it. By the time he walked around the corner, he looked at me. He was quite a cool dude. He's grinning because I'm just like leaning against all jelly against the side of my car, right? But I'm trying to like be like play it cool and don't let him know you're doing. Don't let him know you're doing it, even though it's completely fucking obvious I'm doing it. He's like, "Merry Christmas, there, mate." I was like, "Merry Christmas to you, mate." Yeah, yeah. And he's cracking up, and I'm trying to. I'm like, this is insane. I did I smoked the whole thing. I stumbled in, and what am I going to do now? The whole room was spinning. I was like, I need some normality. I'm going to put Family Guy on, right? So I put Family Guy on, and I don't know if you've ever watched Family Guy on that. I was absolutely pissing myself. My jaw was hurting. I had a proper bellyache from laughing so much, like everything that was going on in Family Guy. And then my brain said to me, "This is way too much. Come on, calm down. You're cracking up. You need to go to bed." I fell up the stairs. I fell up the stairs trying to get to bed, right? And then
Stop! Wait a minute, pause.
But it gets worse. It gets slightly
Or
worse.
better.
This might be freak thought territory, right? But just bear with me, right? I'm not trying to lower the tone. I got into my bedroom and I was like, I am horny as fuck right now. What am I gonna do? I've just laughed my guts off. I did some self-care, shall we say, right? And I've never done that high. That was one of the best ones I've ever had in my life. Oh my God, it was fucking amazing, right? I was
not prepared to learn these details about you when the story started. Nor did I think that's where we were going.
We've taken a left turn, guys. Yeah. We're off the road.
I was in like high pleasure town. The room was spinning. I was seeing beautiful colors. But then I was like, okay, I need to go to bed. And I had a double bed. And I was like, I need to go to bed.
Andy, the chat says.
And then so I had a double bed, and I was like, I need to go to fucking bed. Because then panic started kicking in right now, because I started going, oh my God, this isn't coming down. I'm not coming down. I need to go to my mum's for Christmas dinner tomorrow and have some turkey. What the fuck am I going to do if I can't even walk? I'm like, oh my God. So then I'm panicking, and then I tried to fall asleep, right? And then I pulled my duvet, and I like to sleep, right, with just my head out of the duvet. I don't know about you, but I like to cocoon myself in. I did that, and I started panicking, and I was started hallucinating, like, you know, like Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy style. I thought that my bed was like sinking in the middle, and I thought I was sinking into my bed. I was like shitting myself. I then started grabbing onto the sides of the mattress with my arms to save myself from being sunk into my bed. And I had to pull my duvet down to like my waist. So then I felt safe. Fucking mental.
This is the only story I have even close to that is the last time I took LSD. I do not approve it. But the last time I took it, it was me and these 2 girls that were friends of mine, like dear friends of mine. We were outer space, and my buddy comes over. He's like, "Hey, we're gonna hang out. I'm gonna strip sit y'all." I'm like, "Hell yeah, cool." And he comes up to me. I'm outside smoking a cigarette, and he comes up to me. He looks me in my eyes, and he starts like talking the theme song to the I think it's Pokemon. He's like, "I wanna be the very best." Yeah, but he starts talking it. He looks me in my soul, and he's like, "I want to be the very best. And he just starts the entire thing. And I go into the worst trip of my entire goddamn life because of that. Because I thought I was so out there that he was talking, saying normal words, and I was hearing the Pokemon theme song. Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So I, being that bad, I go back in the house and I'm like, I'm getting into bed, I'm laying down, I'm going into same thing like you said. I need my comfort zone real quick. No, I came in this room and my brother came in to check on me and he's like, oh shit. And he like looked at me, he's like, you need music. Like, cause that's the answer to all these problems. And he puts on Machine Gun Kelly of all fucking people. And it's a video where Machine Gun has fucking red eyes, like the devil.
No.
And I was already tripping. I'm already like, I'm not good. And then that happened, and I'm like, we're not good. I'm not okay. And one of my friend who is also tripping comes in, and she just starts cuddling me from behind. Like I'm the small or the little baby spoon, whatever we call it. And I'm just like sitting there in like a fetal position, and she's like doing it. Now I tell you that because I come back from that, and I wake up, I'm all good. And I decided I'm just going to stay in this bed now. I'm all good. She's tripping. She's going to go to sleep. So I got my bed and I got in the cocoon. I took all my blankets, everything I got, and I got the perfect cocoon. And I was like, I'm going to watch the first World Series game right now. That's the perfect thing to do. So I turned on Boston Red Sox versus who God knows who. I can't even fucking remember. And every time they threw the ball, like, you know, the feeling of like you're falling you get? I had that of being thrown every single time they threw the ball. And then every single time it was hit, I got hit, like, and I like shook and it went in the air. And I was like, I'm scared, but I enjoy this for some reason. So I watched the entire game in a cocoon, watched the World Series off my ass high, giggling the entire time. And then we got Chinese food delivered and I could smell the color orange and I knew I was going to be fine. Like I knew everything's going to be okay. I looked at carrots and I was like, I know that smells like orange, or I know the smell of that color now and everything's going to be okay. It was the weirdest trip I've ever had. I haven't done it since.
Yeah, that's mental.
Oh,
it was so much fun. It was fun at the end because of the terror at the beginning, I think. Because when my buddy looked at me and goes, I want to be the very best, I broke, gone. Never been the same since.
I can't imagine. I've never done like anything that. Like,
have you ever seen
that one either?
Have you seen the video Tidy Monster?
Mm-mm.
Oh God, I have to show you this, and I'm gonna explain. My buddy did that to me, right? So my payback is the next time he tripped, I played this video for him on my 65-inch and forced him to watch it. I'm a horrible person. I want to put that out there. When it comes, I just want the world to know I am not the greatest human being.
We do think some like that.
Okay, I gotta screen share it real quick. I'm not gonna show you the whole thing because it's creepy and it doesn't make sense, but it's very off-putting. Nick, if you could put it up whenever you get a chance.
Give me 10 seconds.
Take all the time you need, bud. We are in no rush. Well, you might be.
No. I'm good. Because of the storm. I got a couple things I have to do for my day job.
Oh, that makes sense.
And while you guys were bantering, I'm like, you know what? These stories do not need interruption. So I'm just gonna get a jump on this. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
You monster.
Christine, what the fuck? This is so wrong.
For everybody on earphones, might need to turn it down, then turn it back up. I'm gonna turn it all the way up so you can hear the fear that was going through somebody. Okay, but. So he did. I told you this whole story of what he sent me through before I did this. I did this on purpose. Ready? Here we go.
Oh my God.
I said the chair's on its side. On its side. You know?
Fuck no, dude. This is
We're
so
a little lost in here.
No.
But it's okay.
Bro.
I can
Why does it sound like me doing
tidy up.
No.
Won't take me a minute.
What the fuck?
See that?
What the
That's
fuck?
nothing. Really.
Why?
That kind of thing happens all the time.
No.
Scratch that. Just ignore it. Because you know I can tidy up.
I'm afraid. What's gonna happen?
Tidying monster.
What?
Any
I don't even like this sober.
Are we done yet?
Yeah.
I'm not like, what do you call it? Clear about what happens. See that?
No.
It could be real.
All right, that's it.
It's spooky, Christian.
Oh, what? You want to see spooky? Hold on. I'll show you spooky. Ready?
No.
So
go.
That's not right.
What?
Well, keep it. Keep it.
Say my name.
That was me doing an impression.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That was not okay. Oh, no.
That was funny as fuck.
I'm in charge of all this. That kind of thing just isn't me for the
Christian, I'm never partying with you.
Listen to
That
me.
was amazing. I waited for a bit where he wasn't talking, and I was like, "Go, don't panic."
Watch this part, Cookie. This is the part where I thought I was gonna have to bring my friend back into reality. Like this was too much.
For the next 4 trains that brain the hatch have pulled apart beds and key. Chances Marsan catch you. That's what fabric has seared the fortunate slain or buried. I'm hit. Stranded. Great leading. Harold. Twice excalibrated.
No.
Master.
Straight to jail, Christian. Straight to jail.
Straight to jail. That was basically to do that voice. I've got to try and do an impression of Jason Statham, and I kind of sound like that dude there. So yeah, I waited till it was like quiet, and
That
I was
was
like,
fucked up, man. That was real
you
fucked
were
up.
freaking out, and I was like, I've got to say something.
I was like, how the fuck does Christian have this video from like years ago just sitting there waiting for future Coco to like
I didn't save
be
that. I
called
looked that
out?
up just now. I typed that up and looked it up.
Oh my god. That was really good.
Listen,
No more.
don't
No,
worry.
I don't like that. I'm
Listen
gonna
to me.
nightmare.
I never claimed I was a good person before I turned 21. I never claimed that. I never once claimed that. Okay.
I think we all have had our times. Our time. That's all. Our
I've only
time.
got other funny stories, but that involve getting drunk. There was one time we went camping, and there's this place just south from me.
Before you go, Nick, if you got to get off, I don't know if you're trying to, but if you
Oh
do,
no. What I was going to tell you something about MGK since your buddy turned on MGK, so we're good.
Oh yeah, go on.
So, interestingly, I actually met him one time, and I was mean as shit to him.
Machine Gun Kelly?
Why you got to do my man's like that? Okay, I think he's fine. Okay, I let it go because he's fine. That he's a piece of shit. I've been to multiple concerts. I saw him when he had.
Didn't he just knock up his girl and leave her?
I don't know. I don't pay attention. Look, sometimes I just don't look at the news
He
of that.
fucking knocked up Megan Fox.
Yeah, he got battered by Eminem, and then he went off the rails. I can't say what I think.
Go on with your story, though. Nick, go on with your story.
So I worked at a restaurant right near a concert venue, and he'd already booked the concert before he blew up, and then after he blew up, he asked the venue, "Can I get out of my contract?" They were like, "Absolutely not. We're making this money."
Oh shit.
So I knew the owner of the venue, which is going to matter momentarily. So I'm working at this restaurant, and 2 dudes come in, Yellow Wolf and Machine Gun Kelly.
What the fuck?
Now I know who Yellow Wolf is.
I love
and
them
I
both
like
too.
him. What was that, Coco?
I said I love them both too. Go on.
And Yellow Wolf, cool as shit. Cool as shit. Couple people walked up to him. I knew who he was, and a couple people walked up to him right away. And he saw these 2 girls walking up to him, and he went, "Hey, I see you walking up. I'm gonna eat. I want to eat in peace. If everyone lets me eat without bothering me, I will take photos and sign whatever you want. I just need to eat." And the girls were like, "Okay," and they went and sat down. And to his credit, he ate in peace. He spent 20 minutes, photos, selfies, signing stuff with my staff and the people in the dining room, because we're right next to the venue. So 90% of the dining rooms go into the venue. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Super cool. He's like, just let me eat and have a minute to decompress, and I'll do all the photos. But I knew who Yellow Wolf was, and he comes up to the register, and I talk to him. I'm talking to him, Machine Gun Kelly's ordering at the register next to me. And I'm listening to him order. Now, I have no clue who Machine Gun Kelly is. I've never seen this man. I have no idea who he is. And he's being rude to my cashier. And I finish up with Yellow Wolf, and I look at him and I just lean over and I cancel the order because I'm the manager on duty. I'm like, you're done. Get out of here. And he goes, what'd you say? I'm like, I don't like the way you're talking to my staff. Get the fuck out.
Oh, shit.
And he's like, do you know who the fuck I am? I'm like, nope, but I do know that no one that's actually important has ever said those words. Get the fuck out.
Oh, no.
And he's screaming. And he's like, I'm fucking Machine Gun Kelly. I'm like, I don't know who that is.
Oh,
and
what
Machine
a
Gun Kelly's
bitch.
still kicked out.
I don't want to know about celebrities I like because they're all fucking assholes.
Me,
So-
literally me right now.
Oh, God,
Come on.
that's disappointing.
With what we know about Machine Gun Kelly, you're not surprised he was rude to a cashier.
Yeah,
No, I'm
I
not
always thought he was a
surprised.
dick, and I always thought he was a dick, and that story's just confirmed it.
So
I'm not surprised at all. It's just that I don't want to hear any more bad. The songs got me through a lot of shit.
So
Dude, that was like the R. Kelly thing cushion.
I still told you. He's in the closet. I'm to this day. I'm going to listen to that song. He looked at me.
I'm unfortunately going to tell you an R. Kelly story after this one. So,
Oh no.
no, Machine Gun Kelly's like, you're not kicking me out of here. I'm like, I am kicking you out of here. And he's like, I'm not fucking leaving. And I said, okay. And he goes, what the fuck are you going to do about it? I'm like, call the cops. What the fuck else am I going to do about it? And he looks at me and I just turn and I start walking over to the phone and he just left.
Oh, what an
I had no idea him and Yellow Wolf were playing the fucking same show at the time, okay? No idea. And my staff is like, that was Machine Gun Kelly. I'm like, I still don't know who that is. And like, they bring him up on YouTube. I'm like, that sucks. And I just walked away. And I'm like, also, it was great. I still would have kicked him out. And so we finish our shift. Yellow Wolf is super fucking cool to me. He comes up and he's like, hey, man, thanks for making sure everyone stayed. Because I made everyone stay away from him. Like, people were hubbing. I'm like, just let him eat. Just let him eat. He settles on, because people were coming in and be like, oh, my God. I'm like, just let him fucking eat. Super cool. Shoots my hand, dap me up, goes to the venue. I'm done. I know I'm not going to get to see Yellow Wolf because I'm working at this fucking bar, or I'm working at this restaurant. So I leave, and as I'm leaving, I call my buddy that owns the venue. I'm like, what are the odds I can get in tonight? And he's like, absolutely not. We're at capacity. And I'm like, dude. And he's like, I'm not letting my staff get anyone in. He's like, nobody's getting anyone in tonight. And I said, what if you let me in to come deliver dinner to a bunch of you guys, like snacks and shit, and kick me out? And he's like, the delivery driver can come in. Yes. So I grab a bunch of food and I go over and I'm like, hey, I've got a delivery. And they're like, all right. And they look at me because they know me. I'm like, I got a delivery. So I go and I deliver the food and I loop the front stage area on my way out. And I look, and as soon as Machine Gun Kelly sees me, I do the Mr. Bean. And I just head out the door. And when I woke up the next morning, 3 staff members at the bar had sent me the video where my friend that owns the bar had filmed the security camera of me just going,
oh my God. That's fucking hilarious.
all right, so R. Kelly story. R. Kelly story.
Oh, no one's getting peed on, right? Like, we're good?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
So as I've mentioned many times, I was a door guy at different venues in Chicago for a long time. And one night, R. Kelly's limo pulls up. And we didn't know, just a limo pulls up. And we always got upset when limos pulled up and we didn't know who it was, because limos are, unless something's scheduled, they're always bad. They're always bad every fucking time.
I love limos, but go on.
That's fine. But when
I'm not kink shaming. Sorry about that.
When the limo pulls up to the front door of a bar, whatever's getting out of that limo is going to be a problem. 100% of the time. The only thing worse is party buses or bachelorette parties. So R. Kelly gets out of the back and we're all like, that's fucking R. Kelly. Now, nobody knew the pee thing at the time. That was not a thing. Nobody knew. It's just fucking R. Kelly. And we're all like,
I believe I can fly.
Yeah. In Chicago, R. Kelly, closest thing to fucking royalty you can be, you know?
Yeah, no, I would be fucking like fangirling at that time.
Everyone
before I
was
knew
shitting
everything.
their pants. My buddies that were R. Kelly fans were like, you got to talk to him. We can't talk to him. I'm like, okay. So he comes walking up and I go, how you doing tonight, sir? And he's like, well, that's all he said was, well. And I'm like, don't need to see your ID. I know exactly who you are. I do need to see the IDs of the young ladies with you. And he goes, no. And I went, yes. And he looks at me and one of his security guard goes, why the fuck do you want to see their IDs? Well, now I'm mad. And I'm like, how about those bitches have braces? And the security guard goes, you're not seeing their fucking IDs. And I go, you're not fucking coming inside. And he's like, who are you to say no to me? I'm like, the door guy that can see your gun.
You looking up is fucking nuts.
And he looks at me and goes, what'd you say? I'm like, I see your gun. I got one too. I'll fucking shoot you. I don't give a fuck.
Oh.
And he looks at me and goes, we're fucking coming inside. I go, no, the fuck you're not. And he looks at me and I look at him. And in my brain, I'm like, am I going to have a shootout with R. Kelly's security guard right now? Is this how I go out? Is this how I fucking die? This might be how I fucking die. And I was staring at this man in his eyes. And he looks at R. Kelly and goes, let's get the fuck out of here. And they went somewhere else. And as soon as that limo pulled away, I was like, oh
my God. Christian, you've gotta play the chat, just that one part where he looks at me, I look at him.
I don't hear. I think I can play a little snippet of it. I can't play
Oh
much.
my God, because fucking Nick said that right in the middle of that story and it took me fucking out.
Actually, I'm going to wait until I do a little bit more research on the TOS before we play anything.
Oh, damn it. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
We're just in there whiling.
The closest I've got
side
to
note, if any of you have heard the story about where I got shot when I was a door guy, same bar, different night.
You got shot? You've been shot, bro?
I've been shot twice.
Oh, fuck.
Man's like 50 Cent.
Okay, so
that was good.
Coco, this may actually tell you a little bit about me, because every now and then I say some shit to Coco, and I feel like Coco's like, why are you fucking saying that shit? So, as you know, when you're a street pharmacist, sometimes you get street nicknames.
No, like literally so much of our interactions are like, I feel like a fucking asshole now, but go ahead.
I'm not sure why.
I'm starting to understand.
So I was known as two different names depending on the neighborhood and the clientele, and one of them was Rasputin.
Oh shit.
Long crazy hair, long crazy facial hair, wild fucking rager parties, working at wild private nightclubs that do the type of things that you do in the private nightclub.
Mm-hmm.
Like the type of nightclub where you have a laminated membership card. Yeah, wild shit goes down there. And I worked security or bar in those type of places. So I had a wild fucking life. And in the span of 6 months, I was shot, stabbed, hit with a golf club, hit with a car, and someone tried to poison me.
Oh my Lord.
And everyone for years after that fucking called me Rasputin. To this day, when I go home, people will call me Rasputin in bars. And I'm like, oh, you know me from bad.
That's like my literal worst fucking fear is being stabbed. Like, shoot me all the fuck you want, but don't knife me.
Hey, Coco, be on your best behavior. Mom's here.
Oh, sorry, Mom. You didn't hear that.
Can confirm. If you gave me the choice again,
angel girl.
10 out of 10.
The Fairly Mod Mother is here.
April, you want to come up? Do you want to come up and grace us with your presence? You are welcome to.
You don't have to turn on a camera, and you can join from your phone. You just have to take the link.
Let's go. She's got a really good Bruno Mars story.
Oh my God, I want to hear it.
I get Bruno Mars. I'm fucking signed up.
I've heard some of it, but I want to hear the full. I want to hear it all.
So
she said, "No, thank you."
Sorry, April. It is good though.
Gladiator, what kind of poison? Rat poison.
Oh wow. Fuck. Damn. All right, celebrity story. Andy, go.
Yeah, so it's when I was working at the airport. So I was like the equivalent of what you call a TSA agent, and so like searching people and all their bags and stuff. And I got to meet a bunch of celebrities, and there was this stupid rule where if you have duty free, say you're in America, right? You're in whatever airport in America, so we'll say LAX, and you've bought, I don't know, a couple of bottles of whiskey. They'll put it in a tamper evident bag, right? And they'll glue it shut with the receipt inside. Now, weirdly, say if you were then flying to Dubai, but you had a layover or just a quick flight changer at Heathrow, my airport, even though your duty free is in a sealed bag, because it's come from America, the Department for Transport and EU rules say it's not allowed, right? So it has to be confiscated. If you have duty free that's sealed from like France, and you're coming from France to England to America, then it is allowed because it's come from the EU. So but it works the other way. If I had my sealed duty free and then I went to LAX and then LAX say to Hawaii, the LAX people would take my duty free off, even though it's in a sealed bag, but it's come from England, right? So we're there in the little building, and we're all talking. My team of people that we're working with, that I'm working with, and we all looked up. We're like, "Fuck, that's the game. The game's coming through." We're like, now, and I was like, I quite like a bit of the game, right? It turns out he's fucking off his tree now. Back to that later, right? But back then, I was like, that's the game, and he'd done that song with 50 Cent. I was like, yeah, that's cool. And I liked one of his songs that he did with Lil Wayne, where anyway, I thought it was cool, right? I was like, I love a bit of the game. He's come up and he's got his entourage with him, and he's got a shit ton of duty free, and we're like, oh fuck, this has come from America. He ain't gonna be happy. But then I thought to myself, who cares? He's a millionaire. Like, who gives a fuck, right? Right? It's just like it's just dropping the ocean to him. And he's put all this stuff down, and he's properly like giving off, I'm a fucking gangster energy. Like, who the fuck are you? And I was just like, hey man, how you doing? You all right? He's like, yeah. Like, he's just grunting. He was. I was like, we're big fans. Instantly, then I was like, oh, do you know what? I've got no time for you, mate. Go fuck yourself. That's in my head. And I was like, oh, by the way, sorry to let you know that you won't be able to take your duty free through, I'm afraid. He's like, why the fuck not?
Oh shit.
I was like, because, and I explained the rule that I just explained to you. He's like, yeah, but do you know what the fuck I am? And I was like, he said that as well. I was like, yeah, I do know. I just said I'm a big fan. I was like, but it doesn't mean that I can break the rules for you. It can't go through. You're gonna have to leave it here. But this is expensive. I was like, I know it is. I appreciate you got a lot of it. We ain't gonna drink it. It's gonna go in the fucking. I didn't say fuck it. I said it's gonna go in the bin. It's gonna go in the bin. And I was like, you can't take it through.
Shit.
Oh man! And he was like properly, yeah. All of his entourage was like trying to like goad us in, not goad us, but like trying to like encourage us into like, you know, a bit like your R. Kelly story.
Trying to sweet talk you.
Like, yeah, trying to sweet talk and trying to say, look, yeah, you are gonna let it through. He's like, no, we're not. And he came through, and then he started. He started acting like a 5-year-old. So his stuff came out of the X-ray machine, and he's banging the trays around. He's picking up all his stuff, and he's like throwing his toys out of his pram. And we're all looking at him like, "You fucking absolute dick! Like, who the fuck?"
Yeah, that's so disappointing. Why are they like this?
And then I met 50 Cent. Absolutely one of the best celebrities I've ever met in my life. He was going off to Africa.
That's what I'm talking about.
One of the nicest celebrities I ever met, 50 Cent.
Oh, he was going off to Africa. I said, oh, you're an absolute legend. You know, I love your music and stuff. And he's like, oh, thanks, man. And I'm not going to do an impression of him, but yeah. And he's like, so where are you off to now? He's like, oh, I'm off to Africa. I think he had some kind of tour, maybe going around Africa or something. Or he was, oh no, he said he was going for a safari. I swear that's what he said. I was like, that's amazing. He's like, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, I shook his hand. Oh, fucking amazing, the dude. He was so nice to chat to. And off he went.
If we ever do this again, you got to tell them your fucking Mike Tyson story.
Oh, I could tell that now.
Nate, can you do me a favor, and can you do the screen share just so I can show April what it would look like just for a second?
Absolutely.
I want to show off for a second how much we figured out
All right, so while we're doing this, we're showing April this. I have to tell you guys, not only is 50 Cent super nice in person, he's even super nice in person when the bartender is also drunk and starts calling Tony Yayo Cokie McSniffs. As long as 50 thinks you're funny.
Oh, he's cool with you.
He's like, the guy's like, I'm Tony Yayo. And I was like, Cokie McSniffs?
But
And he's like,
I love
talking New York. And I'm like, this isn't New York.
Oh my gosh.
I love 50's
Why are
level
people
of
so weird?
pettiness. Like,
Oh,
it's amazing.
fun. Turkules.
Not you too.
Sorry, excuse me. Ignore me.
That is Hercules, and he's
Damn.
zaddy. He is zaddy, and he will always be that way.
Damn, boy. Why is he so pretty?
Genetics.
I mean, I'm not a fan of the glasses. I'm not going to lie, but that's just me.
Well. Look at you having bad taste. I can't believe it.
Yeah,
no, but they're like what's
disappointing.
they're like Harry Potter specials. I'm not a fan. Like, I think he can rock a better frame. I used to wear glasses back in the day. I mean, I might have to start doing it now.
Like so
I can barely
serious
see,
about
but I personally think there's a better frame out there for his face shape than that. But that's just me.
He looks fucking gorgeous, mate. Let me tell you that right now. Okay.
Nah, he don't, mate. He looks like he's wearing his grandma's glasses. That's what he looks like.
Have you seen the clothes this man wears? Hold on. Let me.
No, show him without the clothes, please.
Hold on.
I don't want to. Nah, I mean, I'm sure he's got a lovely physique, but it's just the glasses.
He is Diesel.
A lovely physique. Yup.
All right, I get you one, Coco. You get one.
Let's go, gay ladies in the chat. Gays and days. Here we go.
I just ruined my YouTube for that, but you're welcome.
I want you to know that when I see that, I'm like too brolic. But then I listen to him talk and go, I can deal with the brolic.
Fucking asshole, man. He's lucky that he's that pretty because he would not get away with this shit if he wasn't.
He's an asshole to assholes, though, so it's the best part.
I know, but he's a fucking asshole.
Have you heard how I talk to
To be
people?
fair, Coco, you just said
Yes,
you've been
you're
an
an
asshole
asshole
to me
too,
a bunch,
Christian.
and I'm not mad.
But I'm an asshole as well, so we're just a bunch of assholes having a good time. Wow. Okay, let's move on. What were we talking about?
Mike Tyson, but then I don't think we'll know that one later. I don't mind.
Also, before we go on, April, what you're seeing right here is not Hassan doesn't own this channel. It's a fan edit channel that he lets people do for free, and then these people, like I was telling you, one of them has literally made fucking enough to pay for college off of.
Damn.
Yeah, and they were at Yale when they told him that, so it wasn't cheap.
Damn, that's so fucking cool.
But that's what the goal is for all the leftists, is just be able to do that. Because you're already making money off the profit. If somebody reacts or edits your shit and puts it up, boy, let me make some cash.
Dude,
I've been doing like research on like how to become like a actual paid creator because like I really need a fucking job, and like there's so much fucking potential out there. It's crazy.
You got to find your niche. That's all it is.
I know. I'm trying to figure it out.
I think I'm going to try to do I was telling Nick this. I think I'm going to try and do play a video game and chat and like debate people at the same time niche.
Ooh, that's cool. Like all I got is my fucking life story, and it's like a movie if I were to put it all together. So I'm like,
there's
I gotta
that, and also once you start talking, shit will fucking come out. Like,
yeah.
And the fun fact about Hassan, the whole reason he even started doing Twitch is because he sucked at talking live, like and debating live. He was not good. He was good at making videos and like a script and stuff, but when it came to like somebody said something, he had to respond quick. He couldn't do it, so he started doing Twitch, so he would get better and better. And now look at him. Like, now he can fucking anybody. He's got you dead right.
Yeah. No, that's so cool.
Hey, Christian, can you mod this for a second while I make a phone call?
Always.
Boom, you're in charge.
Look at that.
Is someone else up? Who's up?
No, he just
Oh,
muted
no.
it or took his camera off. See,
I'm
and this is another thing, April, too. Like, this is just the only reason I'm showing Hassan is just so you can see a video. But like, we could fact check with it. That's what we were doing earlier. We looked up something and we fact checked it. We watched a video and reacted to it.
That's so cool.
Like,
Can
because
we
you can
watch
do a
the
lot of
Eras
this.
tour? I should
No,
become
that billionaire doesn't let her stuff get
Hey, you know what?
reacted to.
She gets a pass, okay?
No, she doesn't. No, all billionaires must go, including her.
I don't know about that
And
one.
Mark Cuban's bitch ass too. Okay, he's got to go too.
Oh,
You're
but
not
I like
allowed to
Mark
be.
Cuban
I don't give a
too.
fuck. I like a lot of rich people. They got to go.
I
You're
like
too
him a
rich.
lot. I've got questionable morals here. All right, that's
But,
the
but
one
Dre,
gray area.
isn't Dre a billionaire? And he's a good egg still, isn't he?
Who?
No,
Who?
Dre,
look,
Dr. Dre.
listen, and
Did you
listen to me
say?
well. You
Wait, did you
cannot
say
become
Drake?
Dre.
Dr.
Oh,
Dre.
Yeah,
good lord! I thought you
you
said Drake. I was
cannot
like, what?
become a billionaire ethically. So therefore, all billionaires are unethical, and all billionaires must not. I ain't saying we kill the motherfuckers. I'm saying they ain't allowed to be billionaires no more.
They need to be taxed. That's the point. Like they need to be fucking taxed, just like the church.
Going to the disco.
Heavily
Well, I think
taxed.
that doesn't exist either, but that's another conversation.
What am I? Got it.
What else? What else can we talk about? I don't know. My 35th birthday was my quinceañera birthday. And so he was talking about limos earlier. Damn it, I wish he was here. I'm not gonna tell that story because I want him to be here for that since he hates limos.
Well, you know what we could do? We could take a break, and every one of us can run and take a piss break, and we can let him watch us on for a second.
Well, that works for me.
That's what I'm gonna go do.
It is,
chat.
of course, it is bipartisan.
BRB.
Republicans are always going to push for awful shit regardless. It is up to the Democrats who are in charge at that point to not push this silly, stupid legislative item. You are being ridiculous. What is this? What is this weird attitude that people have? What is this weird attitude that people have where they just like constantly are just like, well, the Democrats are powerless. They're babies. They're stupid. They don't know what's happening. It's like, no, they made an incredibly stupid, incredibly unpopular decision. I'm beginning to feel like a lot of the reasons why the Democrats get away with this is because of the mentality that is baked into our minds. This does not mean that the Republicans are good. The Republicans are evil as hell. But the Democrats are also evil. The Democrats are also incompetent. They're stupid. It's a manipulative tactic. Trump initially brought the ban to the table. I'm not denying the fact that Dems failed, but Trump only likes it now because he's seen how it can benefit him. Guys, good luck. Good luck trying to actively deny the reality that like every average dumb person, 170 million of them, can see in broad daylight. I'm sorry. Is the reason you have more smoke against Dems than Republicans because they're the opposition party? The reason why I have more smoke for the Democrats against the Republicans is because, first of all, that's not true. I have more smoke for Republicans than Democrats always. But the reason why I'm yelling at my chat right now is because they refuse to recognize reality. And there is nothing that is more annoying to me than a group of people who routinely undermine the reality that is in front of everyone's eyes, where they just like look for an alternative way to message around it, where they're like, no, you don't understand. It was actually Trump that wanted to do. Okay, so we should just kept the ban in place. Why didn't he keep the ban in place? Why is he saying he wants to give it a stay of execution? Why did he successfully give it a stay of execution as the incoming president? Please stop. Please, you cannot. This is not a politically sound way to operate, but more importantly than that, more importantly than politics, this is also, you're basically training yourself to deny reality at the behest of a party that has abandoned you, instead of trying to get your party, if you are a Democrat, to wake the fuck up. Okay? Truly ridiculous. So what is your point though? People are trying to rationalize all this. What do you recommend us to do? I recommend you to all open your eyes and don't lean into false narratives because you feel as though it is more beneficial for the Democratic Party.
I am back. I don't know how the chat felt about everything that was just being said in Hassan's live. Oh, we could do a poll. I haven't done a poll. Look at me. I'm gonna play a song while I do this.
It is proof that TikTok broke brains. Even if you're on TikTok's side, you have to understand the way people are acting about this is childish and low-key insane. No, it's not. I think you're being childish and insane if you don't recognize that an application that 170 million people were using to communicate with one another, more importantly than that, 7 million small businesses had started on, 7 million people were relying on TikTok for, you know, income. And it's not just like dance people, okay? It's not just like people doing dances and making money off of doing advertising. Even then, that's just like one of the only viable economies remaining in this country. So what the are you supposed to do? But outside of that, there's people that are making, you know, belt buckles. There's people that are making bags. There are people that are making things and selling it on the TikTok shop. And you're just gonna rip that away for what reason? For no reason whatsoever? Ridiculous. It's completely out of control. The people that think like, no, it's actually totally understandable. We should entertain stuff like this. We should entertain ridiculous things that the Democratic Party does like this. Why? Because I don't like it personally. Come on now. Anyway, oh my God, I just need a blast off meme chat. Do we have one or not? If we don't have one, I'm just gonna put something random on there, okay? I feel like people are not giving me anything right now, okay? Hold on. I'm just finding my own. It's fine. Oh, okay. All right. Let's go. I know I have the WAPO article on Sean Fain saying he's willing to and ready to work with Trump. It's understandable. He's the president. My leading theory is that BlackRock and Trump for sure made a shady deal to help TikTok get unbanned. Giving Trump praise.
Anyone back? Anyone here? Oh, look.
Yep, I'm here.
Hello. Here, we can stop showing Hercules now. We're good to go.
Hercules.
Oh, dude, time has flown. We've been on live for
3 hours.
Oh, yeah, almost a little over 3 hours now. Jesus Christ. And we're checking out at 22 viewers pretty much the entire time. Look at y'all go. That means Nick's going to be an affiliate pretty quick. Welcome back.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, here we fucking go again. Why the fuck?
Every time.
Every damn time.
If you can hear me, I'm fucking dropping and coming.
I love her
so much.
She's one of my favorite people in the nerd bunch.
She's wild.
She is wild. Yesterday when people were telling her story and like you couldn't see her face and she was like,
yeah, it was so
my
good.
favorite part. It was my favorite part of the whole thing.
April, whenever you're free tomorrow, just let me know after 12 and then we can get together and do a tutorial on how to mod on Twitch. It's pretty easy.
Christian, let me know if you want help with video editing. Just message me.
I need to, I might have to talk. I might, because we've been thinking about maybe if people are willing to, like, doing like a video editor role and like giving them access to like a channel they can post stuff into or something.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, Cat Coco and technology. Oh, look, Chris is here. Oh God, it's been a long night. What's the news even going? I haven't even looked. I don't even.
Oh, I can't. This whole thing just.
Normally, when me and Nick go live together, we debate each other on politics because, like, I'm left and I'm far as left as you can go apparently, and he's like right before that. So like we argue on how mine's better or his is better, and then we talk about the news. And there ain't shit in the news other than like
Trump saying he.
Oh, turns out. I saw that clip. I don't think it's. I think
people are.
I
just can't.
I think what he was trying to say is the reason he didn't get to go to the last Olympics is because they rigged it and he lost.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I'm gonna have to go watch the whole thing in context and see. Can you hear us, Coco?
No. Well, I can hear you. You can't hear me, can you?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm here. Hi. Holy shit.
I was like, she can't hear me, but yet she responded.
Here, you know what? We can find that. We can find that clip too. Actually, we can watch it real quick.
Yeah, I would like to see what's on either side of it. You know.
I'm afraid to touch anything. Okay, there's the chat.
Same. I'm not scrolling. My chat doesn't seem to scroll. I'm in like a weird browser pop-up on my phone, and I ain't touching shit.
Andy, I was not prepared for that story.
Nobody was.
I was sitting there like, wait, what?
Lots of sharp left turns on that story.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm gonna have to go to a evil app
Is
to
that
find
Chris?
this clip.
Hi, Chris. Damn it! I wish my video camera would work. Why is like my video not work? Half
Happened
of
to me
like,
last night. It was so weird.
what's going on? Christian, why can't my video work? What do I do?
Well, I turn mine off and it
Get
goes
up
black
here.
and white.
Chris,
like I'm trying to be
request up.
sexy, and I'm like, I don't know why. Oh no! Whoa, shit! There you go.
Hello.
Hey, look, you have clothes on tonight.
That's another thing too. That
My
we're gonna have
video's
to
not
get.
working. My video's not working.
This is the fucked up part we're gonna have to get used to is when we do use our phones, we're gonna have to turn them sideways instead of looking at it like TikTok because everybody sees us.
I'm already holding mine. I'm already being a professional holding it.
Oh, you're doing great.
Well, I just don't really want my face that big, but whatever, that's fine.
You don't have to, but it's like that's one thing we have to get used
But
to is like
when you do it this way, you have to bear in mind that when you turn it this way, you if you've got stuff in the background of your house or whatever that you don't want on camera. I'm not saying you have. I'm just saying just be careful. You don't want a marital aid or something propped up on the shelf of the background. Do you know
My
what I mean?
husband walks by.
Yeah, well, that can happen. Do you know what I mean?
Chris, you know what? No one asked you, okay? That shit right there. Fuck
Are you making fun of my forehead, Chris?
I my camera. I'm so pissed off right now.
I think we should all go back to just. I'm turning mine off. I'm getting a bit self-conscious.
It's so fun.
No.
Though. It's so fun. Leave it. Leave it.
the only reason I don't have mine on is I literally don't have a camera to use.
Don't make me be alone.
I don't understand why it won't work. Like, okay,
Just press the camera button. That's all I did.
You don't think I did that, bro? The fuck?
Coco, do you remember last night when someone was telling
She
a
doesn't
story?
remember anything from last night.
Yeah, go ahead and ask me though, because I'm trying to piece it all together.
Someone was sharing a story about their piercing that will never close, and they were talking, and you were like,
Coco, have you got like a pop up? Have you when you click the link to join?
Yeah.
Has yours taken you like in like a pop up browser within Twitch as well?
Yeah.
Right on the very top. Scroll up on the very top.
That's why you're my friend.
Where you can type in the URL. There's a red camera button.
Okay, hold on a second.
There's a red camera icon. Make sure that's not got a line through it.
Audio again.
You won't.
Can't hear you guys again. Why the fuck?
So it says.
No.
So you've got the capital A.
No. Can you hear me still? Please tell me you can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you still. So you have
Give me a thumbs
a
up
red
if you can hear
camera
me.
next to the padlock. We can hear you, but there's a red camera.
She can't hear us.
All right, let's figure this out, bitch.
No. Give her a thumbs up. Give her a thumbs up.
Camera. No.
There's a red camera button next to the padlock. Christ Almighty!
"Oh, Coco, I love you." Oh man,
So it takes you to a pop up in Twitch. It doesn't take you out of the app.
No,
Is
so
she, like,
technically I'm still in
not-
Twitch. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm scared to like do multitasking. I'm scared to do anything.
Yeah, I'm not multitasking shit.
Do you know, like when you swipe up to like choose another app, I'm scared to do that. I'm
That
just,
was like me last night when all of a sudden people were glitching out on TikTok, and I was like, "Don't touch the screen."
What's
Now
up,
it doesn't
Chester?
matter.
Welcome back.
You are back. Coco's coming back. Watch for.
Oh, that damn Coco.
She can't get the camera.
I swear it's the red thing.
Can you hear me?
Pull it out of my
We can hear you.
fucking chair.
You can?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm done. I'm not gonna push any more buttons. I give up.
I don't know why.
You know, like 40 minutes ago in the chat, someone was like, Coco can use technology.
Yeah,
Yes, they were. You're right.
that was
I
so
have to know. I'm
hopeful.
about to click this link and see what it looks like when I come in here.
It's bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. It is not meant for middle-aged moms. On oh man, I'm so irritated right now.
Coco.
But did you see the red camera thing that I was on about?
I see the red camera. I pushed the red camera. I
Has it
also
got
have
a
a
line
red
through it?
mic. I
Has
have
it
a
got a
red
line
mic.
The
through it?
things.
I have a red button on the bottom right that says leave, and I leave, and I come back, and I try
Don't
again.
click leave.
Coco.
Has the red camera got a line through it?
This is what you kids call crashing out. This is what's happening to me right
Hey,
now.
Coco, can I try and walk you through this?
Oh my goodness. Has the red camera got a line through it?
Catch a bubble, Coco, so ADHD can help you.
I'm
So you're gonna
overwhelmed.
take. It's okay. You're gonna take your thumb on the screen. You're gonna just slide down a little bit or touch it, and at the very top of your screen, you
Mhm.
should see like the size. Like I don't know if you have an Android or an iPhone, but
I
there
have
should
an
be a
iPhone.
red. You should have a red camera, like almost in the middle of the top of the screen, right next
I've told
to
her
the.
this.
I'm just.
Yeah, but you said it like a Brit. It's hard to listen to y'all. Okay, I'm
I said
being
it
real.
5 times. Red camera. Is there a line through it? Is there a line through the red camera?
Do you see the red camera at the top of it?
Oh god. Okay, hold on. Let me focus. I'm
You got
trying
this,
so
girl.
hard.
I believe
Okay,
in
let me
you.
just explain to you. Okay, chat. I'm sorry. I apologize. Give me 1 second here. Um. Okay, for one thing, the unicornitarians won't shut up, and I'm afraid to go to Instagram and mute my fucking banner notifications. So that's happening when I'm trying to navigate this.
So scroll down till you can't scroll down anymore, and then look at the top of your screen.
Scroll down where though? Because
Just take your finger on where you're at, just like in the middle of the screen, and just scroll down like you're scrolling.
Okay, so what's happening is at the top, when I do that, nothing happens for one thing. I'm scrolling and it's just like stretching the screen and bouncing back up. What is at the top of my screen right now, on the very far top left, it says done, which I'm afraid to
Yes.
click.
Yeah.
Do you see the red camera?
On the far right.
Wait. Do I click done?
No.
No.
Okay, there's no red camera here where I'm at right now.
She didn't give camera access, I don't think.
You didn't give camera access permission.
Where am I supposed to give camera access? That's what I
All
need
right, here's
to
what you do. Here's what you do. You're gonna leave.
Christian,
you're gonna
now
leave.
it's your turn.
You're gonna leave. You're gonna close the entire app. You're gonna close all your apps in your background, and then you're gonna come back, and it should ask you again.
And
All
click
right.
allow or yes.
After these messages.
Hey,
No,
she
Coco
figured
does
out
have
what
a
we were
profile
talking
pic.
about.
Coco does have a profile pic, so she is hitting the camera button,
She
but
is,
it's just
and
not
it's-
working.
Yeah, she hasn't given permission.
Oh dear Lord.
Someone in the chat said, "Coco, is your light on?" Oh, that was Chris. Coco, is your light on?
No, man.
Yeah, or she could go into phone settings.
Yeah, I forgot about
Which
that.
does make your phone hot, and that can also give yourself some bugs. That's what I had yesterday. I just dipped out because my phone got so hot that it crashed, and I just had to. It just made me leave the app.
Are you on
So-
Android or are you on a
On
iPhone?
my phone.
I've never had a phone get hot on me. I've heard people say it. I've never had it happen.
Do you have an iPhone or Android?
iPhone?
Yeah, mine have. Only when they get older for me.
Yeah, this is over 2 years old, but even when it was brand new, this would get hot.
Oh,
Especially
dude,
on
I
TikTok.
have the 13 still, and I've never, not once.
Yeah.
How did we lose the host? How did that happen? Oh, he hit himself. Okay, cool. Okay.
My computer froze, so I refreshed. That's all.
Oh, okay. So
You
it leaves us
disappeared.
up here when you do that? That's pretty dope.
All I did was hit refresh. I didn't close the web page. I just refreshed it.
Well, normally even just refreshing is it can close the app. So I think it's kind of cool. I guess it opens a server for us to have the combo. This is pretty dope. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare. I will unblock so quick.
Can you hear me?
What's going on?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's not me, okay? It's not me. I am not the problem here. This app is not working.
It's not an app. It is a browser.
It's okay.
It's an extension.
Hey,
Sorry, I just don't want
Mr.
you can't shit on Twitch. I
Technology
love Twitch. You
with your
can't shit on
fancy
Twitch.
schmancy words. Oh, see, now I can't fucking hear you again. What the fuck?
Maybe she needs the app, Christian.
I give up.
She has to start on the app.
Have you got the bottom camera button?
She can't hear us.
But we can hear her.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
She doesn't know that.
I low key think it's because you have to like pull down and change it from phone sound, like the ear, to the speaker.
I don't have to do that.
But it might be.
I'm not.
I have AirPods. Do you have AirPods, Christian?
I'm on my PC.
Oh. Well, that room's getting cleaned tomorrow, so I can actually stream from it.
Look at it. It works. It works. We don't need a camera. We just got you. It works. We're good.
Yeah, we're not touching any more buttons. I give. Let's move
We'll
on.
work on camera later.
Wow. Yeah, this is.
You sound great.
By the way, can I just tell you all how hard it is to live stream sitting at this table?
Really?
Oh, are you at a kitchen table?
What's that?
Where are you streaming from?
I'm streaming from my living room, dining room area. You just don't know how hard it is for me to hold still.
I do. Do you see the first 4 letters in my name? I understand.
I never hold still. I'm always doing other shit. I'm working with my animals, and right now I'm like.
That's why I was a drummer, man. I could just.
Hey,
my
John
my
Stickle,
teachers
no one
were
asked you,
so
buddy.
mad at me.
Go ahead, sorry.
What do you say?
I want to be able to type in the chat, and I can't.
You
John
can.
Stickle-
Okay, I'm going to teach you all a secret because Katie did it the other day. All you have to do is you see that little square that's at the bottom when you go to the extra extension. Did you swipe away from it? Because it's like a if you're watching Twitch and then you click that stream, it should give you a picture-in-picture of the Twitch. Just click that. You'll go back to Twitch and you can still have the camera access and everything. You're just on Twitch.
You're so sweet to think that I could make anything happen here in this
I get what you're saying. Hang on, let me see. I'm gonna see.
browser.
Hang on.
I'm not clicking anything.
You're frozen, Andy, on my screen.
Okay.
Am I?
Well, that didn't work. No,
Am I frozen everywhere? Okay. What about now?
No, you're not frozen. You're good.
How about now?
Am I still frozen?
You hear me now?
Am I still frozen, Coco?
Oh no.
You're not frozen. You're good.
Yeah, but what about Coco? Coco said I was frozen on her screen. Coco's not even here apparently now.
We lost Coco.
She just said, "Oh no."
Yeah.
She...
Stop touching buttons.
Oh, she's
Damn
gone
it! Damn it!
I forgot I have to be sideways.
Oh, you don't have to. That's just if you
We
want to.
want her to have access to the chat. Chris.
She's gonna get you for that. She's gonna fucking get you for that.
You better be careful, Chris.
Oh dear Lord.
Did April come up or no?
Not that I know. of.
April gave us that nice maybe later I'll come up.
Maybe
and then
not
just
today.
Never told us about later.
April let us down easy. That's what happened.
It happens.
Yeah, which is the best. I'll take it. I don't know if Coco's been drinking or
Who
not.
knows? I have a feeling this is just Coco.
Yeah, I love Coco. Coco doesn't understand
Coco
technology.
too. Coco's my fave. I'll just hop on a Zoom with her sometime. I'll get set her. There she is.
We can hear you.
You can.
Yes. Coco, you and I are gonna have a technology working Zoom chat, and I will just.
And Chris is such an asshole. Fuck you, man. I'm trying my best. What are we talking about? I missed like a whole fucking 90 seconds there.
Can't start it.
We were talking about
We were mainly just laughing at you, to be honest.
Hello, everybody. Hello, nerds.
Who's this? You have new friends?
This is Gistro. Hello.
I know, but it sounds like whoever it is in someone's pocket.
I was gonna say we sound like we're in a pocket.
Oh, do you? Crap. All right, I'll go back.
The all right crap was pretty good actually.
It sounds more like a car stereo, like you're on
Like
the
I wasn't
Bluetooth.
even being funny. The all right crap was pretty solid actually.
I'm using some crappy headphones, so maybe that's the problem.
Oof. We're crackling and popping.
Sounds like we're on a Nokia 3310 back in 1995.
A fucking what?
Yep, that's exactly what it sounds like. You are not wrong, Andy.
Fucking what?
I don't know what they said.
Am I at least legible? Like, can you hear, understand anything I'm saying?
Oh man, you sound
It's
like
muffled. Like I say, muffled like you're on a Nokia 3310 from 1995.
All right. Let's see. Maybe.
Do you
Okay,
mean
wait.
Nokia?
We say Nokia.
Well, you got it wrong. Okay,
It's
you got it
Nokia.
fucking wrong.
We should
No,
play that game.
it's Nokia.
We should totally play that.
So now.
Cause
Wait,
like
what?
Americans say things like
Yeah, but I'm
Americans totally say
American.
things wrong, but
Good
also
for
the
the
British
British.
say things really wrong. Sorry.
And she lived in Australia most of her life, so I say things weird.
Now, before this is all said and done, I'm getting Nick on Among Us. We're talking about games. I'm gonna have that happen. Nick, we'll play Among Us at one point.
We won't.
I've never watched Among Us before.
Oh,
we might. Who knows? We might.
The chat is so funny right now.
Do you know the worst one that I found out that everyone pronounces wrong? Well, maybe Americans don't. Do you know the most famous hazelnut and chocolate spread?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. You know the one I mean. You know the one I mean. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's made with hazelnuts, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yes.
Hazelnut. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But the brand name has what looks like nut in it with then Ella at the end, right?
Are there two T's or one T?
Irrelevant.
Well, no, because phonics sounds it does matter.
It's what this is the thing.
You're about to get
guys,
teachered, bro.
You guys tend to break up the words differently. So I say Nutella because it's Nutella, but apparently on the advert, on the advert, it's Nutella.
No, here's why.
it's not
Because if there's only
Nutella.
one T and then there's an E, that E is gonna make the U say ooh instead of say
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes,
No.
there we go.
It's nut space and then the second syllable
No,
is
that's
L and then
so
the third syllable
wrong.
is Ella.
You, sir, have been
Nutella.
teachified. Okay, it's over.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, but bear in mind she's teaching American English, which is wrong English.
But I'm in a Montessori school, so I actually get to teach.
How is our American English wrong when y'all brought us here?
Because our American
we gave
English,
the language, and you're like, nah, we're not having
yeah,
that.
and then we
We're gonna do
also
this.
added in another language to just throw it in there to make it fun.
Yeah, you just like, no, we're not doing this.
Kind of
That's why you've
made
stuck
a
with
5
you know
languages.
dog-sized potholes because you refuse to use.
No, that's
anything
why we
others.
stuck with centimeters. That's what centimeters.
What about dog buttholes? What?
Because you refuse to use the metric system, so you'll measure
That's
with
so
anything other than the
ridiculous.
metric system.
That
And
is
there's
a
a meme,
great
right?
statement.
There's a meme that's on that's some news channel. Like, there's a dog-sized pothole in this county. It's like just use
pothole.
measurements, and there's like this poor Labrador in a pothole.
We will do anything to not use measurements.
That's the meme. Yeah, that's the meme. We will measure
Look, you know what?
anything.
Our first grade standard is with non-standard measurement. They can measure objects. So we really hate to actually measure accurately.
I'll be honest with you. The only thing I know how to scale out is something in grams. So that's
obviously.
So
yeah, so you're measuring for your flour starter, right? For your sourdough with your
yeah, obviously. I gotta get the starter going.
That's it.
I gotta
That's
feed it
what
every
your
day.
sourdough starter.
I love the whole like measure system for baking. Like let's go way back. Like the first Americans, like, I need to measure flour. Oh, I'm just going to use a cup. Like, it's so
and it's so
Hang on,
fucking
I was a little
stupid
bit
too, because if you do it wrong, a cup, and then what
What
you actually
size
need in
fucking
grams.
What size fucking cup?
So I'm not saying that metric isn't the better way, but I will tell you one of the funniest parts about metric versus imperial is that my wife just asks me for all these conversions, and every time I look at her and I'm like, Why the fuck do you think I can do that one?
I can't. I get that all the time.
You're
I
built
can't.
in Google.
No,
Yeah.
Coco, that's
We-
not
we-
why. It's because one day she said out loud, how many ounces is X number of grams? And I responded with something like, I'm like, you're at like 6.3. And I'm like, I'd have to do the math, but you're roughly there. So now she thinks I know it all.
I love
and I'm
it.
like, no, baby. He was a runner. He was a trap star. He was not a mathematician.
Mental. Yeah. I mean, we
I
use
have
a
a
bit of
master's
both.
degree in teaching math.
Like,
Oh.
so like we use miles per hour, like what you do. So I'm glad that we have a bit of metric and a bit of imperial. So we still, you know, we use meters and millimeters, but we also still use feet and inches. So if you ask me how tall I am, I only know it in feet and inches. I'm 5'6". I don't know what that is in centimeters or meters and centimeters. I don't know.
Measuring yourself
I
in
will say,
centimeters is crazy.
I will say, I wish we went by kilometers or kilometers, whatever the fuck. Because when I'm driving at 100 miles an hour, it don't feel that fast. But then if you look down and that bitch said 230 or whatever the fuck it is.
Hey Christian.
Yes.
When are you driving 100 miles per hour, buddy?
When am I not on the interstate? What the fuck do you mean?
It's God,
Bro,
guys.
cops?
Do they have speed limits out there? Where are you in one of the Carolinas?
Yeah, we got
On the
speed limits.
highway?
That shit says 70. The fuck if I'm doing that? You kidding? There are 2 lanes. The fuck if I'm going 70?
In Montana, they didn't have speed limits on the highway for a long time. Like we moved there like 16 years ago, and I think it was like a few years before we moved there that they had finally like put speed limits on there. But the speed limit on all the highways in Montana is 85. Like
Nice.
we're all doing 100 miles per hour on that road.
Shit, I'd be going
Not in
110. I'm
Washington.
flying.
Yeah, it's good
I
times.
get when I get behind the wheel of a car and I put my foot down and I look at the speedometer and it's like, oh, that's deadly fast. I get calm sense of like just clear tunnel vision of I'm riding. We're going. I
You get
enjoy
like
it.
your whole freaking mind gets like quiet. It's such a good feeling.
Well, quiet's not the answer. I got the loudest screamo metal you could possibly imagine
Well, yes,
playing
of
while I'm
course,
doing
that
it.
helps quiet the mind.
I love driving fast, and then at the end, sometimes if I get like carried away, I don't know, I may or may not start racing someone. I love that tunnel vision. I turn the music down. I'm like, right, shit's getting serious. Music's off. Rally mode. Rally position is set. Do you know what I mean? I don't lean back like a gangster anyway, but like I'm focusing. Both hands on the wheel. I'm like, shit's going down. Okay, I need music off. I need to hear my revs on my engine. I need to know I'm focused in. I'm honed in, right? And then at the end, there's so much adrenaline, and I drive manual or stick as you call it. And at the end, every time it happens, I get so much adrenaline. My left leg starts shaking.
Oh yeah.
And I fucking stall. I can't change gear. I'm just amped. And my left leg is like thumper. Oh, such a good feeling. I love that.
That feeling, the leg shaking amount of fucking adrenaline I got the last time I think I had that was car surfing. Like we used to go onto the interstate with trucks and we would jump onto the roof and legitimately like surf, but like on the interstate going like 90. It was awesome. It was the best.
Again, in a country where like
we have no health care. We act like we got the freest shit.
Exactly.
I
I've always said jackass or jackass, as it would be called here, should be an English thing because I could right now just jump off a house, break my leg willy-nilly, walk into hospital and go, fix this. They go, yeah, right, then you're a bit of a dick for doing that. I'm like, no, I won't do it again. All right, see you later, bye. Done. Whereas in America, you decided to do that and jackass did all their stuff. And I'm like, why are you doing this? Because if it goes wrong, you're going to have a massive fucking bill.
No, like real
Let me
talk on
tell
this.
you about that.
It's mental.
Go ahead, Coco.
Okay, no, like I have a story about like breaking a bone and it costing like an arm and a leg. Our 16-year-old this summer. No, not this summer. Was it this summer? No, it was this school year. Shit. Sorry. Okay. Our 16-year-old was playing soccer at school in PE and like went to go kick the soccer ball and another kid went to kick it too and they kicked each other in the feet and it broke one of his bones in his foot. So he goes to the ER and they like cast it up and put him on crutches. Get the bill and it's like 15 grand for like
In hell.
that whole 15 grand.
Yeah.
Isn't
That's
that the
insane.
stupidest thing you've ever heard?
Yeah, it's fucking
I
mental.
got treated in the emergency room in the waiting room because it was so jam-packed. I had this massive infection in my eye. They got my CT scan done. I sat in the waiting room. 15 grand. I did not even get a bed. I didn't pay 15 grand, but that's what they were charging.
Let me tell a story, which because I feel like I don't want to bring the mood down with medical bills, so I'm going to bring the mood up with a medical story, right? That's kind of quite funny, right? So, I know this is on the internet forever, but I don't care, right? So, there's going to be a sharp left turn, but don't worry, he's all good now. But it's relevant to the story, right? You'll know when that's coming. So I started.
And we do not condone whatever he's going to say.
Oh no, you might sort of condone it, but make sure stuff is in date, right? So the story starts is I was like, well, getting a bit, like we'll say hair on the face, but down there, right? I was like, kind of don't want it there no more because it's annoying, right? Because some blokes will back me up here. Sometimes your boxers will just pull a pube out for no reason.
Time out.
I've only just started.
Is this a Nair story?
A Nair story? Yes, it is.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Anyway, right? So, same as the weed, right? I had this Nair and it was out of date and I didn't realise. Anyway, so I'm thinking to myself, I don't want my hair there. I want to get rid of it, right? I'm not going to shave because it's like, there's a risk of, if you've got like a 4-blade razor and you go wrong down there, you've got 4 cuts to deal with rather than 1. Do you know what I mean? Right? So I'm like, okay, let's use some Nair. And I found it in my bedside table, right? And I didn't realise that it had expired, right? So it says, I read the thing, it says, put it on, let it sit for however many minutes and then rinse it off in the shower. I'm like, okay, cool. Cool. And I specifically remember I bought the sensitive one, right? Anyway, so I'm like, got it all on, right? Sorted. I'm letting it there and I'm like, oh, there's a bit of a tingle. I was like, I better rinse it off, right? I thought maybe, I didn't set a timer. Maybe I've gone over the 3 minutes. I was like, went in the shower and then as soon as the water hit, it was like someone had put the hottest cayenne pepper in my water, right?
Oh no!
And I was like, ah! Like, the noises I was making was horrendous, right? No. I got it off. I was like, this is bad. This is bad. And I just want to confirm it wasn't on. Right? But it was on. Right? And in a leg, right? And I was like, oh! I rinsed it all off, right? And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, it's like I had a dragon, and I was sitting legs akimbo, right, on my bed because I was like, I can't even put my legs together because it hurt. Sitting legs akimbo, and it felt like I had a dragon in, like, just in front of me, going, breathing fire onto my head. I was like, and we've got a non-emergency number here, right? It's called 101 rather than 999, right? I was like, I don't need an ambulance yet. I was like, so let me call 101. And basically, you get through to, every time I've called it, you get through to someone who sounds like a woman who's probably in their like late 50s, maybe early 60s, the most adorable, caring mum voice, right? I was like, hello. And she's like, good 10 years ago. She's like, hello, darling. What's the matter? What's the matter, darling? Instant mum. I'm instantly feeling uncared for, right? And I told her what happened. I was like, I've put like hair removal cream. She went, on your area. I was like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, on my area. She's like, oh, you poor thing. Is it stinging? I was like, yeah. I was like, I've tried to put antiseptic spray on it. She's like, well, wash that off as well. Don't leave it. Don't put anything else on it. I do recommend though that you go to A&E, and the A&E is your equivalent of ER, right? Accident and emergency. I'm like, okay. So I put on some sweatpants, and I had to drive, and I'm obviously driving a manual, but I'm having to drive with my legs like spread apart. It was the hardest fucking thing I've had to do in my life, right? Driving to the hospital like I'm missing my horse. Do you know what I mean? Right? And then I'm walking in like I've got like rickets from 1800s, and then And then this is,
Imagine.
oh, it's so frustrating. There was a drunk lady, right? And this is what happens to some of our hospitals. They get full up with people that don't need to be there, right? So there's this
Same with ours.
there's this drunk lady leaning against the reception area, right? And when you walk into reception, the ladies go, "What are you here for?" And I'm like, "I'm kind of here for, a little." And then the drunk lady, just leant on like the reception area, and I'm like, "Carry on, mate." Like she's listening. And I was like, I just want to tell you. I was like, but the lady there needs to go. I was like, I want a bit of privacy. And then the security man had to come, right, and remove her because she's like, oh, I'm not going to tell anyone. I said, I don't care if you're not going to tell anyone, darling. It's none of your business. Like, why are you listening to my business? And then I had to tell the reception lady about my burnt balls. And then she said, I'll just sit here. It's fine. So I sat there and then I got pulled in. And then there was this, and I was like, this is. I was like, oh, I don't know what kind of person's gonna investigate me, and it was a dude, and he called me in, and I was like, oh, for some reason the dude made it worse for me. I was like, oh no, this man's gonna take the proper I wanted the mum that I spoke to on the phone. I thought she would be more caring. Do you see what I mean?
I want you to know something before you before you finish. The mum on the phone is the exact opposite of who the fuck I want. I know.
Really? Oh, I want a caring mum.
No, I want a dude to walk in there, look at me, and go, "Bro, it's gonna be okay." That's all I want. That's all I fucking want.
It might hurt a little, but it will go away. Just take a deep breath.
I want a motherfucker to look me in the eyes and be like, "Been there, done that. It's gonna be good." Okay. I don't want somebody to be like, "It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine."
I just want to be mothered.
No,
So
if I answered that phone call, bro, I'd have been like, nothing actually. I didn't mean to hit this number. Everything's okay. I would have just gone to Google. Fuck that. No.
So
no.
He called me in and he made me lay on the bed, right? And he's like, pull your trousers and pants down. I was like, oh, okay, so I did. Now, pause there, right? When that happens, right?
So bad.
It's like I've stepped into water that's like 30 below, right? I get instant panic and it goes, well, I'm not wanted. It goes inverted, right? Shit goes inverted. So I'm dropped my thing and I'm like, where is it? I'm just all ball. I am all ball. There's no ping to speak of. It's just gone, I'm out of here, mate. I'm scared. It's gone back into my body. And I'm like, this is horrendous. So then this is so embarrassing. I turned away from him and I'm trying to fluff myself a little bit just to show that I have got a penis, right? Because I'm like, he's going to look at me and think I've got a micro penis. I'm just like, it's just nothing there, like an acorn. I'm like an acorn. I'm like, so I'm fluffing. I'm like, come to life. Come on.
I want you all to know that this is so common. Every nurse and doctor I know has told me a story about catching someone doing it.
So I did my best to show. That there's something there. Barely anything came out because he still wanted to be scared. And then he made me sit like in the fetal position, and this has made it even worse. He said, I didn't even know this word existed. Right? I call it the Biffin's Bridge. Do you know the bit of skin between your your area, right? That bit of no man's land skin.
That's
The
we call it
gooch.
the gooch.
The gooch, yeah, we call it the gooch as well. But the correct name is the perineum, right? I didn't know that word existed, right? He's like, I need to check your perineum. I was like, what's that? He told me. That's a lie. And then he was like, but I need to check your. I was like, dude, before you even say that word, I did not put any of this cream on my anus, right? You do not need to check my anus. He's like, his words, I do. What's so forceful? I was like, I do. I was like, you don't. And he went, and he sighed because obviously it's his job. He went, I do. I was like, fine. And he parted it, and he went, "Oh yeah, there's nothing there." I went, "I told you there's nothing there. I told you that. You didn't need to check my anus, but he did, right?" And then he gave me this. He said, "Right, all you got is a mild allergic reaction. Here's a prescription, right?" Now again, I haven't been to hospital, right, for ages. I didn't know that we had prescriptions that were just from the hospital. I only know of a prescription where you go to a normal pharmacy, right? A generic out of the hospital pharmacy. So the next day, I went with my friend Lindsay, right? Because I've known her since school. and her husband Mark. I've known them both since school, but she's caring. See, she's like, Lindsay was like, "Don't worry, Andy, I'll come with you." I was like, "Thanks, Lindsay." Right. So we went to this random pharmacy in town. I queued up. The lady read my hospital prescription, showed it to the lady behind because it said, it said something like groin cream or something on the description. And then she came back to me and said, "Oh no, this is a hospital only prescription. You don't need to come here." So she read my thing, showed it to all her colleagues. They all got a laugh out of it. I got so embarrassed. So I went back to the hospital, got my cream. Now, this is where it takes a little bit of a left turn. My brother had quite a serious motorbike accident, right? And he ended up being on life support. He's fine now. He's just got a dodgy hip, right? So when he's like in hospital, I'm rushing to the hospital to see my brother. And my mum and dad are sitting outside before we were allowed in. I got there. The same doctor who demanded to check my anus, right, and checked me over when I had my whole Nair cream, was the dude who was kind of looking after my brother. He came out of my brother's room, looked at me. He remembered me. This is a good, like 6 months later. He remembered me. He winked and he smiled like and laughed. I was like, he's remembered my micro penis. Oh my god! He started and he sort of laughed to the point where my mum looked at me about, "Do you know him?" I was like, "No, never seen that dude before in my life, Mum. I don't know where he's recognised me from." Fucking hell. Oh, so there we are.
I think we have to end on that. I think that's the ending story. I think you can't do it any fucking better.
All right. So I don't know that we can do it better, but I have to tell, even if I tell no one but Andy, I have to tell Andy this story. If you need to go, Christian, I understand.
I do think I'm going to drop, but I'll be in the comments.
All right. So,
all right, this was fun, guys. Be back.
So when I was a young whore, like Christian is now, I waited till he dropped so I could talk shit. I had hooked up with these young girls, and then I was like, I think there's something wrong. So I go to the doctor, and I go to like what we call an urgent care. The Americans know what an urgent care is. So I go to urgent care.
Yeah.
And they're like, "You got to go to the hospital." And I'm like, oh, okay. And the lady at urgent care goes, "I'm pretty sure this is just a urinary tract infection, but you have to go to urgent care." I'm like, "Oh, or go to the hospital." I'm like, "Okay, fine." So I go to the hospital and I go in and you got to fucking tell them what you're there for. So now I've had to tell 2 different people what I'm there for. And I'm like, fuck. And I'm young. I'm like in my early 20s for this. So I'm very embarrassed. And I wait forever because it's an emergency room and I'm a low priority emergency. And I'm just fucking dying. I'm like, oh, this is the worst. This is the fucking worst. So they're like, all right, we're going to take you in back. So they take me in back. And I explained to the nurse who's checking me in, what the deal is. And she's like, okay, we're just going to have to do some tests. And I go, yeah, I figured. I'm like, the lady at urgent care did say she thinks it's just a urinary tract infection, though. And she was like, okay, we'll see. And I'm dying. I'm fucking dying. So she leaves. By the way, integral part of this story that I forgot because I'm starting to get tired because it's fucking 3 a.m. here. This nurse, so hot. So hot. And I'm telling her, again, I'm in my early 20s, and I'm telling this beautiful nurse that there's something wrong with my cash and prizes. And obviously, no one wants to do that. So she leaves. She comes back. She goes, I just got to get a couple things ready. And I'm like, okay. So she's laying out stuff. And she's like, all right, we got to do a couple tests. And I'm like, all right, no worries. She leaves again. I don't look at what she has set up because I'm afraid to look, right? So the doctor comes in with the nurse and goes, okay, we're going to do a couple tests. And I'm like, what? In my brain, I'm like, why the fuck is the nurse here? Why the fuck is the nurse here? And at this point in the story, it doesn't matter that she's hot. I'm just like, why the fuck is the nurse here? Why the fuck is the nurse here? So he's like, I need you to do this, do that, blah, 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 blah. Lay down and put your hands over your head. And I'm like, okay. So I put my hands like this, which is what he asked me to do. She puts her hands down on my elbows, like So now I'm staring at the bottom of her ample. I'm saying it like I'm on TikTok. So now I close my eyes and I'm like, this is the worst experience of my life. The doctor's like, how are you feeling? And I'm like, I would rather be stabbed than go through this. And he's like, I don't know if you know this. Getting stabbed is pretty bad. And I go, I don't know if you know this. I've been stabbed multiple times and treated for it in this hospital. And he goes, oh. And then it's just silence. It's just awkward. So they give me the little Q-tip, which was pretty bad. Which was pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, which was pretty bad. So I leave, and the doctor's like, this is definitely, he's like, I can't tell you what it definitely is, but this is definitely something I'm going to give you a prescription for. And I go, okay, great. So he gives me a prescription, and I'm like, all right. Now he tells me it's definitely this thing, right? So I call Recent Lovers and go, hey, I got a prescription for this thing. Just letting you know. And 3 days later, they call me and tell me, no, it's not that. You just have a urinary tract infection. We gave you the wrong medicine, and you've suffered all weekend because we were treating the wrong thing. So we called in a new prescription for you. So I have to go back to the same pharmacy where I just got the STD meds to go, actually, this is what I need. And then I had to go, then I called I call them back, and I'm like, I need a letter saying that. And they're like, why? I'm like, because I called Recent Lovers and told them, and now I've got to call them and be like, actually, no. Yeah. So I need a fucking letter. And they're like, you can come pick it up. And I'm like, okay, you can't just email it to me? And they're like, no. So I drive over and I walk in, and the hot nurse is at the fucking desk to talk to me. And she's like, how many copies of this letter do you need? And I was like, 6. And she goes, oh, no wonder that's what you thought it was. And I wanted to yell. And I look at her and go, I told you, I thought it was a urinary tract infection. And she goes, well, to be honest, so does every guy because they're afraid of the other options. And she goes and prints me my copies and comes back up front and goes, you got any other questions for me? And I go, only if you're going to let me ask you out. And she's like, did you just tell me you've had half a dozen lovers in the past 90 days and you want to ask me out? And I was like, I'm trying to get to a baker's half dozen. You know what I'm saying? She did not go out with me. But I cannot tell you the embarrassment of sitting like this and the nurse puts her hands on my elbows. And afterwards, I'm like, why the fuck did that happen? Why did she do that? And the doctor's like, oh, lots of dudes like jump up and want to punch us. And I'm like, they want to what? And that is when I learned that people sometimes punch doctors. But I'm sitting there like this, and I'm like, I just have to close my eyes. What the fuck do I do? I can't stare up at it. Was fucking horrendous. It was horrendous. Oh, man.
Lessons learned.
Lessons learned in fucking deed. By the way,
Cool.
Coco, did you just find the fucking emojis? Dear Lord. Blink, 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 blink.
Well, so then on that note, I'm going to dip out as well, dude.
I'm going to as well because I have to be up at 9. So I got 6 hours.
See you later.
See you later. Be good, my friends.